झलके, ज्योति कलश झलके, ज्योति कलश झलके, ज्योति कलश झलके। ये गुलाबी लाल सुनहरे रंग दल बादल के, ज्योति कलश झलके। घर आंगन वन उपवन उपवन करती ज्योति अमृत से सिंचन, मंगल घट ढलके, मंगल घट ढलके, ज्योति कलश झलके। पात पात बिरवा हरियाला, धरती का मुख हुआ उजाला, सच सपने कल के, सच सपने कल के, ज्योति कलश झलके। उषा ने आंचल फैलाया, फैली सुख की शीतल छाया, नीचे आंचल के, नीचे आंचल के, ज्योति कलश झलके। ज्योति यशोदा धरती गैया, नील गगन गोपाल कन्हैया, श्यामल छवि झलके, श्यामल छवि झलके, ज्योति कलश झलके, ज्योति कलश झलके।
Namaste. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the national anthems of United States of America and India.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof to the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave? पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा तमिल उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल ललित अब शुभ नामे जागे अब शुभ आशीष मांगे आए तब जय गाथा धन गण मंगल दायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे.
Namaste. Ekal USA welcomes you all to this special evening of entertainment marking our 4th annual Ekal Gala. Year after year, we've grown, and let's continue that trend. The very basis of Ekal is to promote literacy, preventive health care, village development, and empowerment in the rural and tribal villages of India. India, as you know, lives in our villages. Knowledge and health have a very special place in our scriptures. Like they say, Vidyadhanam sarvadhan pradhanam and nahi jnanena sadrasham pavitrameh vidyate. There is nothing superior to the wealth of knowledge, and there is nothing as sacred as knowledge. Let us help India to be the kind of nation you want it to be. Let us help India to be the kind of nation you want to inhabit. And Ekal is working very, very hard towards that goal. Now, I have the honor of introducing a very special person to you, who is the CEO and founding president of 2 software companies in New York. He lives with his wife, Kavita Bhaviji, in Long Island, is a tremendous inspiration to us all, is one of the biggest supporters of Ekal in New York, has a special passion for digital Ekal, and in fact, he has passion for all Ekal is about. Friends, here is the chairperson of this evening, Mr. Mohan Vanchu.
It is my distinct honor and privilege to welcome Dr. Subhash Chandra, Mr. Piyush Goyal, Mr. Ajay Piramal, Mr. Sonu Nigam, Mr. Vivek Oberoi, Mr. Kapil Dev, business leaders, and all of our esteemed guests. Welcome to our Ekal Vidyalaya Future of India Virtual Gala 2020. All of you have taken time out of your busy schedules, for which I'm very grateful. The theme of our gala this evening is the future of India. Throughout the evening, you will hear from our esteemed speakers about their vision of the future of India. A vibrant India, a digital India, where hundreds and millions of farmers will not only grow apples, but will grow apps. And the role that Ekal is playing to realize this objective. After all, Ekal believes in Rashtra Sarvopari, which means nation first. We are living in very unprecedented times. Our family of living beings on this planet, which we call Vasudev Kutumbakam, has 64 million cases of the coronavirus, out of which 1.5 million have lost their lives in this fight against the virus. Our hearts go out to the families of all those that have lost their loved ones in this battle. They say Vidya Danam Param Danam, which means The greatest gift that you can give to anybody is the gift of education. So tonight, please open your hearts and wallets and donate generously to the cause of these children so that they can realize their dreams and live their life as wonderful people. Before we start with our esteemed speakers, I would like to just tell you a very short but very touching story. Some of you may know that Ekal runs a Hari Katha Yojana program where our Kathakars go to villages and impart value education and give good sanskars to our villagers. One such Kathakar, Rupali, had gone to Shiv Sagar jail in Assam and gave a 3-day Katha there. A few years later, when she was traveling to Tinsukia in Assam by train, when she got off the train station, a rickshaw puller pulled up and offered to take her to her destination. Along the way, the rickshaw puller started addressing her by her real name, to which she was very surprised. She said, "How do you know my name?" To which the rickshaw puller said, "Mem Saab, remember a few years back you had come to Shiv Sagar jail?" She said, "Yes, I do remember that." He said, "Well, I was one of the convicts in that jail and I listened to your 3-day katha. And after I listened to your katha, right there and then I had decided that I'm going to quit all my vices and I'm going to lead a life of honesty. And here I am, a few years later, I'm pulling rickshaws, I'm making very little money, but I'm leading a life of honesty and I'm taking care of my family with whatever little I make." Tears started flowing down the cheeks of Rupali because this was the reward, the real reward that she got when she found out that she had transformed the life of a human being for the better. Such, my friends, is the story of Ekal, is the soft power of Ekal, where we transform the lives of millions of people to live a wonderful and honest life. As I conclude, I would like to introduce my co-chair, Mr. Kamlesh Shah. Mr. Kamlesh Shah is the president of Indusa Technical Corp and has been associated with Ekal for more than 15 years. He is now a board member of Ekal, and Kamlesh ji puts money where his mouth is. So tonight, he has donated $500,000 to Ekal. So amongst a thunderous applause, please welcome my co-chair, Mr. Kamlesh Shah.
Thank you, Mohanji, and welcome again to Ekal Vidyalaya Future of India Virtual Gala 2020. Ekal is here today because of your generous support. Thanks for being part of Ekal and here today. I would like to share a very special experience that has shaped my desire to help rural India. Many years back, I came across a villager who was seeking help to board a bus. While talking to him, I realized that he needed help because he was uneducated and unable to find the right bus for going to the destination. Even though uneducated, he was very interesting. He told me that he had come to the city to sell handicrafts made in his village. I was shocked when he told me how much money he was able to get for his products. The middlemen were cheating him because he was uneducated. The experience clearly showed me the need for education. Millions of villagers in remote villages remain poor and villages remain underdeveloped because of lack of education. Ekal has been trying to educate children in remote villages of India, and thus for my wife and I, Ekal was the perfect platform to transform rural India. Apart from running over 100,000 schools, Ekal is Ekal has expanded its role for achieving holistic development of villages, bringing literacy, digital literacy, health, nutrition, sustainable farming, skill training, and more to the villages. Apart from its noble cause, reasons for Ekal's success are volunteerism and transparency. Millions of volunteers have selflessly contributed billions of hours. Even though even youth educated in Ekal schools have joined Ekal as volunteers. You can access audited reports and visit Ekal schools, IVDs, and GRCs. You receive periodic progressive reports. This level of transparency inspires confidence that has encouraged many donors like you to contribute generously year after year. I am delighted to share that on December 2nd, 2020, Ekal received the Best Practices Award in the non-profit sector by the Council for Fair Business Practices. Dear esteemed donors, we had raised more than $5 million in 2018 and 2018 galas. I want to challenge you to raise the bar today. I am confident that we can achieve more than $7 million with your help. Let me set the stage. My wife Dina and I are happy to announce $580,000 over IVD and GRC. I wish that many of you will donate whatever you feel appropriate. But let us set our target to cross $7 million today. If you have any questions, uh, please contact us. You will hear Ekal team has planned an exciting program. You will hear from business leaders and celebrities followed by entertainment program. Now open your heart, open your wallet and enjoy the gala.
It gives me great pleasure to introduce our next speaker. Ms. Ranjani Saigal is an executive director at Ekal. In her previous position, she was at MIT, where she had a calling for charitable work, so she quit her position at MIT and joined Ekal. We refer to her as the powerhouse of Ekal. When you hear her speak, I am sure you'll experience that energy when she gives us more information about Ekal. So please help me welcome the backbone of Ekal, the powerhouse of Ekal, Miss Ranjani Saigal.
Ekal Vidyalaya is a 33-year-old organization that is bringing education and empowerment to over 100,000 remote rural villages where there is a lack of viable access to education, health services, and economic opportunities. Bringing change to these areas is extremely challenging. Ekal has taken on this challenge, and let me take you on a journey to see how Ekal has been transforming rural India.
Vasudev Kutumbakam, is one of the most significant foundational elements of Indian culture. But the world can fully benefit from the spirit of universal familyhood only when India itself becomes prosperous. And India can become prosperous only when the villages of India become prosperous. In this difficult journey of rebuilding India post-independence, finding the right solution to its complex problems is indeed the true service to the nation. With this sentiment, for the last several decades, Ekal has been involved in strengthening the villages of India economically, socially, and culturally.
इसलिए हमको साक्षरता, फिर आरोग्य, फिर विकास, फिर जागरण, अपने दायित्व के प्रति और संस्कार, ये व्यक्ति के व्यक्तित्व को जगाने के 5 आयाम हैं. इसको हम शिक्षा मानते हैं.
The first program of Ekal Abhiyan, which started 30 years ago with the goal of overall development of the tribals, was to increase the literacy of the villages. It later evolved into the Panchmukhi education program. In far-flung areas of India, where no one comes to the aid of the underprivileged society, Ekal schools with one teacher have given birth to many success stories. Today, there are more than 100,000 Ekal Vidyalay in the nation.
कि 3-4 साल पहले मैंने एक कार्यक्रम में आप सभी से ये आग्रह किया था कि 2022 तक हमें एकल विद्यालयों की संख्या 1 लाख तक पहुंचानी है. लेकिन मेरे लिए खुशी की बात है कि आपने इस लक्ष्य को 3 साल पहले 2019 में ही हासिल कर लिया. मैं एकल विद्यालय अभियान से जुड़े हर सदस्य को बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं.
In Ekal schools, informal education is provided to children between the ages of 6 to 14 years. They teach about 22 days a month for 2.5 to 3 hours per day. Ekal schools have a very unique and well-conceived style of curriculum. The goal is to cultivate all-round development of students. Ekal's willingness to constantly adopt the latest technology is what makes it so special.
इसलिए हमने 3 वर्षों से ई शिक्षा के माध्यम से, टैबलेट के माध्यम से हमने ये प्रयोग शुरू किए. ये जिसको हम डिजिटल गैप की जो बात करते हैं कि शहर के विद्यार्थी के पास में एक वातावरण उस तरह का उपलब्ध है जो गांव में उपलब्ध नहीं होता, उस प्रकार का वातावरण हमने उनको गांव में देने का प्रयास किया है.
Under the Ekal Aapke Dwar program of Gramothan Yojana, Ekal on Wheels has given digital education to the children living in the most isolated parts of India. On the other hand, IT labs of Ekal Gramothan centers have brought a wave of self-employment in Indian village by digital education. Through Gramothan Sansadhan Kendra, organic farming has been introduced to more than 125,000 hectares of land. In addition, Ekal is providing support to farmers in marketing their products, thus helping the nation's food industry by preventing malnutrition and various diseases. Ekal Nutrition Gardens are working to strengthen the concept of preventive health care in the country. On the other hand, thousands of rural women are becoming self-dependent through the help of tailoring and other skill development courses. The programs taken by Gramothan Yojana have spread all 4 corners of the country in less than 5 years. 14 Gramothan resource centers have already been started and another 4 are in process. Similarly, the number of Ekal on Wheels has increased to 33 in just 3 years. There are 52 tailoring coaching centers and 26 computer labs. In addition to this, 12 IVD centers are active across the country. It should come as no surprise that in many of the villages, with the presence of Ekal, the youth migration to the cities has reduced significantly. Whether it is through telemedicine or rural health camps through Ekal, modern healthcare facilities have reached the homes of many villagers. Ekal Arogya has made efforts to revive the traditional home remedies from locally available medicines and herbs. Ekal is promoting a healthy lifestyle. Not only that, people are also benefiting from the traditional Indian medicinal systems of Ayurveda. Through its various tree plantation programs, water body rejuvenation programs, and through its personal hygiene and waste segregation awareness camps, Ekal's dream of a clean and healthy India is slowly turning into reality. Be assured that as long as Ekal is in existence, the colors, vibrations, and all the foundational elements of India are protected and preserved.
Started with the innovative single teacher school model, where a local youth, mostly women, are hired to serve as the teacher. These schools run at the low cost of $1 a day. Ekal has constantly endeavored to stay abreast of new ideas and has been preparing villagers for technology integrated economy with tech powered initiatives like telemedicine, teaching with tablets, and mobile computer lab called Ekal on Wheels. For all its contributions over the years, Ekal was given the prestigious Gandhi Peace Prize, which is the highest award given to an NGO by the Government of India. The impact of Ekal's work in all areas has been tremendous, but we still have a long way to go. We hope all of you will join us on this journey so that the dream of building a strong, vibrant, rural India will become a reality. At this time, I would like to introduce Dr. Subhash Chandra, who is the chairman of the SL Group and founder of Z Media. He is a billionaire entrepreneur, media mogul, philanthropist. He also serves as a member of parliament. He is a strong supporter of Ekal and was the former chairman of the Ekal Global Foundation. He has a very special message for all of us today.
Good evening, everybody. I welcome all of you today on the gala evening by Ekal. Of course, we all must be missing our physical presence as it is all today a virtual gala. The COVID has taught us new ways to organize ourselves, meet, and do things in a very different way. Many of them are good, many of them are not so good because they keep us away from physical meeting and interaction. Gala 2020, it's a gala every year Ekal does in US. All of you support Ekal's movements, Ekal's efforts in Bharat. Basically, Ekal movement, which started with single teacher schools, today has transformed itself into integrated village development activities. We are under 100,000 villages with 100 million people. 208 million children are studying in the Ekal schools. And 400,000 volunteers are working currently in Ekal. I will request all of you to support our efforts, starting from Gramothan projects, integrated village development, under which there are few things like sustainable farming, skill training, health and hygiene projects, and digital literacy as well. So, as Ekal USA has been supported by all of you and many more people, those who may not be present today, I also thank all of them on behalf of Ekal and myself. Thank you very much. Jai Hind. Jai.
It is my heartfelt pleasure to introduce to you Vivek Oberoi. He lived in a tsunami destructed village for months and reconstructed the entire village, building 650 homes and related infrastructure. It's totally impressive. He created a secure home for 150 young single women and sponsors surgeries for children who are in desperate need of heart and eye surgeries. He also created one foundation to build a safe haven in Mumbai to save and educate the girl child. He is actively involved in Karm infrastructure for affordable housing and the Devi Foundation for development and empowering destitute women in Vrindavan. He also invests in several startups to encourage young talent. His work has been acknowledged and awarded internationally. He won the Forbes Asia Heroes of Philanthropy, the first actor in Indian cinema to be given such an honor. He has also won Panasonic IFA Global Green Award and the World Health Organization Special Directors General Award for his anti-tobacco movement. He is also an outstanding and talented film star and amongst those who are amiable and easily approachable. He has been acknowledged as the best debut actor ever in the film industry for his film Company. He has since then acted in numerous successful movies and won several awards. He has imbibed the best attitudes of his parents Suresh and Yashodhara in acting talent and social work. Married to Priyanka Alva, they have two children, son Vivan Veer and daughter Ameya Nirvana. I am pleased to introduce our friend, the Ekal ambassador, Vivek Anand Oberoi.
Jai Hind, everybody. Salam, namaskar, sat sri akal to everyone. I'm really happy to be connecting with this incredible Ekal family and all you wonderful people tonight. But I'm also sad that it's not in person. I'm missing all the energy and the exuberance of the last time that I was there in New York and in LA before that. I just want to share a few things. Every time I travel, I meet a lot of desis, and it's amazing to meet apne hamwatan. And one thing is very common. Every single time I meet a desi, they always tell me, "Yaar, desh ke liye kuch karna hai. I want to do something back home. I want to do something nice. But kaise kare? Can you point me in the right direction, Vivek? You do a lot of social work. Can you guide us how we should go about this? Because we've heard so many horror stories of people taking donations and then the money never going for the cause, or people duping people. And unfortunately, it's a sad truth. It does happen. There are a lot of fake NGOs. There are a lot of fake organizations that the government has been carefully weeding out. But there's that feeling in the heart. वो दिल मानता नहीं है. You feel कि I want to do something for my nation, but how? How should I do it? Well, there's two choices. One way is to be crazy like me, to do things yourself, go on the ground, and whether it was during the tsunami, where I just landed up barely 24 hours after the tsunami had hit, and literally started working on the ground. And मैं जो एक बार वहाँ गया, I think it was 6 months before I literally came back. So I committed 6 months of my life to rebuilding 3 villages from scratch. Now, not everybody can do crazy stuff like that. So then what can you do? How do you contribute? How do you get involved? There are certain organizations. There are certain opportunities. Like Ekal Vidyalaya. Ekal Vidyalaya is one of those opportunities where you're bound to see your efforts, your initiatives, see a fantastic return. I always say that this is, not an opportunity for donors, but it's an opportunity for investors. Because I believe that investing with Ekal is a karmic investment. You're actually being able to change the lives of millions and millions of children across our nation. You're being able to strengthen them with the power of education so that they can write their own destiny. And I think that is fantastic. The karmic return on investment is unlike ever before. So my only request is push yourself a little. Take that first step. Get involved with Ekal. Trust me, this is an amazing, inclusive, crazy family of 300,000 volunteers. I'm one of them, proudly so. Not only a national, global ambassador, but also a volunteer. I voluntarily like to come out and promote things that Ekal does only because I see the impact. I see that in the last 5 or 6 years of association, from 50 odd thousand villages that Ekal was in, we've already crossed 100,000 villages, and with great speed and efficiency, impacting the lives of millions of children. You can do that. This is a never before opportunity to piggyback on something as incredible. I want to share something with you. About 12 years ago, I was in a small temple town called Vrindavan. I'd gone to take darshan of Banke Bihari Ji. And as I stood in front of Banke Bihari Ji, पूजा वूजा खत्म हुई, पंडित जी ने कहा कि बहुत बढ़िया पूजा हुई है, जो चाहे मांग लीजिए. So of course, the human element of greed comes in, and I started wondering, क्या मांगूं? Should I ask for something for myself? Should I ask for money, career, prosperity? What should I ask for? And when the doors of the divine opened, जब किवाड़ खुले, and I looked at this beautiful energy of Banke Bihari Ji in front of Krishna, I just bowed my head in gratitude and said, "Aapne itna kuch already mujhe diya. Thank you, thank you, thank you for all that I've already been blessed with. If you're going to give me something, give me the opportunity to serve." And as soon as I said it, magic. I stepped out of the temple, ready to go back, and I met this gentleman who looked like a Firang man, but completely wearing desi clothes. And he came to me and said, "Hare Krishna." I said, "Hare Krishna." And I thought, okay, now he's going to sell me, some souvenirs or something like that from Vrindavan. But he said, "I don't want your money. I need your help." And inside, I had just committed that I want seva. I want an opportunity to serve. So I said, "Yes, how can I help you?" And he said, "There are these girls, little girls, who if we don't save tonight, will be sold into child prostitution by tomorrow." And I couldn't believe it. I was like, come on, this sounds like a bad Bollywood movie script from the 1980s. How's it possible? This is the temple town. This is, Krishna Bhumi. How can something like this be happening here? And something in my heart said, listen to this man. Go with him. And I went into this really tiny part of the town, and we actually saw girls kept there like animals. And then the rescue happened. That moment for me was a life-changing moment, because I saw with my eyes what one small step of initiative could do. If I had not taken that one step, had not moved in the right direction, 33 girls would have been sold into child prostitution the next morning. And we were able to save them. But that didn't stop there. Once you take the step in the right direction, aap apni niyat dikha dijiye. And God will provide the rest. The universe will show you the way. The path was clear to me that I need to set up a school. And then I set up a second one, and then a third one. And now we have 2,200 kids that we saved from all kinds of abuse and empowered with education, free food, health care, everything free. And He provides. And it happens like magic. So all I'm saying is, you can be a part of the magic. You can take that first step, just that first step, and everything else will follow. So tonight is the opportunity. Don't be a donor, be an investor, a karmic investor. Take care. Jai Hind.
Shekhar Reddy ji from Florida, USA, is an inspirational Ekal supporter who has supported Ekal for over a decade. He has a very special message for all of us today.
Namaste. I have been involved with Ekal for over 20 years. Been supporting with Tan, Dan, Man. Ekal Vidyalaya means education. That's what separates haves and have-nots. We are the prime beneficiaries of education and enjoying the fruits of education. Swami Vivekananda says, we sweetie dwellers and NRIs, are educated at expense of our rural and tribal brothers and sisters. It's our moral and ethical duty to support them. If not, Swamiji calls us traitors. As Didima Sadhu Ritambaraji says, "Hai jindagi bahut choti hai." In our short life, we're trying to achieve so much. As you all know, when we leave this divine body, we're not taking anything with us, not even a penny, but we can leave a legacy, a mark behind us. When we do arati to Bhagwan, we recite, Sab kuch hai tera. But how many of us literally following that? If everything is someone else, then what is our problem to give? So give until it hurts. So friends, open up your checkbooks and write whatever you can. Just do it. On the end, I like to give my pranams and salutations to all Ekal volunteers who are the strength and backbone of this organization. Namaste.
I have immense pleasure in introducing our outstanding volunteer, none other than the CEO of Ekal, Sri Bajranglal Bagada. He has served Ekal 24/7 since last 7 years, traveling extensively along the length and breadth of Bharat. It is during his term as CEO that Ekal achieved the milestone of 100,000 schools, 3 years ahead of the target of 2022 set by our Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi. He has worked for 36 years in corporate sector in varied industries, including 10 years in Botswana, South Africa. He took premature retirement in 2013 to pursue community service. He was then the chairman and managing director of NALCO. He has also been the chairman of CII Odisha and chaired its National Committee on Sustainable Development and CSR. Mr. Bagda will be interviewing Ajay Piramal. Mr. Ajay Piramal, chairman of over rupees 4,000 crore Piramal Group, is a leading industrialist and philanthropist. Piramal Group has offices in over 30 countries with a brand presence in more than 100 global markets, with diverse interests in pharma, financial services, real estate, and glass packaging. Mr. Piramal is regarded as a torchbearer for responsible entrepreneurship, with a strong focus on doing well and doing good. He's also keenly involved in furthering education as he actively steers several initiatives through his engagements at Pratham Anant National University and Piramal School of Leadership. During the unprecedented COVID-19 pandemic, Mr. Piramal made significant contributions to various government and local bodies and provided about 27 million meals to the underprivileged and underserved communities across India. He is ably supported in these endeavors by his wife, Dr. Swati.
Namaskar, Ajay ji. It's very encouraging and thrilling to have you with us this evening. Being a social entrepreneur coming from a large corporate house, what do you see is the importance of quality education in India, particularly the rural India?
Quality education, especially with people in India, is perhaps one of the most important things any parent looks for. If you think of it, the biggest emphasis that Indians particularly give is towards the education of their children because they want that their next generation will do better than what they have done. I mean, you look at rural India, people may spend a large proportion of their income only to see how children can get educated and can get educated in a good school. And therefore, quality education, I think, is one of the most important things that is there. Why is quality education important? I think it can really help students to make a choice in life, to choose what is good, to select what is right from wrong. And this is where I think you can change the life going forward. We've now seen so many examples of children from rural India coming and doing well. I was for many years the founder chairman of an IIT in Indore, and I was seeing that how the quality of students, how the students had changed. Earlier on, you would only find students from the larger cities, but even now, rural India people were coming in because people all have hopes and aspirations to go ahead. So it is absolutely important that we equip them well. And in this space, I think the national education, the new education policy that has come about, will go a good way towards measuring quality of education. Till now, for many, many decades, we were only looking at what was the physical inputs into education, but not outputs. Now, for the first time, I'm finding that output is being measured. What is the quality of education? When you see all the focuses, even on the government, is to ensure how we can see that all the resources that have been given, how they can be improved. And in my own experience, we have been working in rural areas also in our foundation. We've been working in the aspirational districts which the Prime Minister has identified. And we've seen that intervention at the education in the schools, and these are all public sector schools in the most, let's say, difficult areas of the country. If you put in some emphasis, there the quality can significantly improve. So I think it's really important that we look at education quality.
Very true, Ajay ji. The IRR of investment in education perhaps should be the highest if you go for the social investment.
Yes.
I have an example of what education do. I come from a very remote village in the desert area of Rajasthan, and it is the only education that has made me reach where I am today.
You must be from the Jodhpur area if you are a chartered accountant.
Yeah, chartered accountant. Jodhpur is supposed to be the mine of CAs, but I am not very far from that. I am on the border of Sikar and Nagaur. And Ajay, after education, perhaps the second most important sector is the health, as we see. And as the head of the largest healthcare company in India, what challenges do you see for the rural healthcare, and what suggestion do you have for the role that is an NGO can play, bringing the better health services to the rural area masses?
Again, I'm going to just take an example of what we were working in some of the tribal areas in the country through our foundation. And what we found was was actually quite alarming. That if you look at all the sustainable development goals which the country has signed up to, whether it's infant mortality, whether it's maternal mortality, in all these areas, the tribal areas particularly, the goals, the average of infant mortality, maternal mortality was half of what it should be was half of what it was in the rest of India, and maybe 25% of what the global goals are. Therefore, there is a huge opportunity and there's a whole huge need actually for whether it is rural India, tribal India. 12% of our population is tribal, 60% are in rural India. And who am I to tell you? Y'all in Ekal do more work, at least for decades, more than anybody else does. So I am not the right person, but I can tell you that there is a huge need. First of all, I think we have to ensure that the supply side, that means whether it is in terms of doctors, paramedics, and other staff are available in these areas. Secondly, we need to ensure that the drugs, modern medicine is also made available in time and of the right quality. And then primary healthcare is another big challenge. The facilities for primary healthcare are still not there. If we look at it as a country, we only spend 1.5% of our GDP on health, whereas the WHO says that we have to spend 5%. This recent COVID has also taught us that we need to improve our health infrastructure. So first, I think, is to improve the infrastructure. Second is if the infrastructure improves, we also need to bring confidence into the people that this is that when they are going to a proper doctor, they are getting treatment. I mean, we've been working in some villages, and I found, for instance, in some, particularly in certain communities, for instance, vaccination was looked upon as there was a suspicion that what is this vaccination? So we have to also keep educating people. We need to make them aware of the benefits of this. And again, I think giving people confidence that they can get the facilities, that the facilities are good, they can get benefit out of them, is also important. Finally, I think in rural India, again in healthcare, especially, I find that innovation will come from people working in the areas. People who know the areas, they are the ones who will have to find new solutions. Because India is a large country and we have a very diverse population. You know, the culture, the habits, the way people live in one part of the country is very different from that of the other. So how do we adapt to this culture, and to get innovation is the other thing that is very important for healthcare.
Very true, Ajay. You rightly said about that need for knowledge of the traditions and culture and habits of the inhabitants of the tribal and rural areas, because it makes a lot of difference. We in Ekal have been focusing on the preventive side of the thing, particularly the hygienic living, and also the use of some home remedies, clean water, and things like that. You talked of COVID just now. How do you think COVID prevention, treatment, and vaccination, when it comes, should be handled in rural villages of India, which are very remotely located? And what role can Ekal, you know us, we have reached to more than 100,000 villages. What role do you see for Ekal into all these things?
So again, I'll give you one example of what we as a foundation are doing in the rural India. We, along with Niti Aayog, have started what is a campaign called the Dada Dadi Nana Nani campaign, which is that anybody who is above the age of 60, we find that many of these people who are above the age of 60 are actually living alone, because many of their children and all have probably gone into the larger towns and cities to get a learning. We found that they did not have enough of information about COVID. There were a lot of fears, or sometimes when they needed to get help, they didn't know how to do it. And thus, with Niti Aayog, we started a campaign where we trained volunteers in all these aspirational districts. They were trained by our team of people, and we got about 150,000 volunteers in the 112 districts. We trained them, and they were the ones who would go out. Just everybody has mobile phones today. So get their mobile numbers, just talk to them. Because some of them are so lonely, you don't even, they need somebody to talk to, address their concerns, address their fears. So this is what we've done, and I think this has been, and this is not done by us alone. It's been done in partnership with so many of the local NGOs. But what Ekal can do is of another level, because what you have, and I've seen the work that you all have done, you and all the Vanvasi education that you all are doing, you have deep understanding of this. Nobody probably else has a more committed set of volunteers like you have, and who have a better knowledge and understanding. I think you can play a big role in, first of all, educating people, in making them aware of the facilities, of giving them confidence that the government systems are good and will have a benefit. And how can you prevent, which is what one of the big things you all are doing. Because as we've seen in COVID, whether you are rural or whether you are a big town, whether you are rich or whether you are poor, it is prevention which makes the difference. So if you and your volunteers, the work you all do and the commitment that you all have is fantastic. So you can make a huge difference.
Thank you, Ajay. This is what we have been endeavoring to do all through this COVID era. We always take pride in that Ekal has unleashed a spirit of volunteerism. But you raising 150,000 volunteer for Dada Dadi Nana Nani scheme is incredible, because we know the social structure, the environment, etc. Raising volunteer, how much efforts it takes. It is excellent. You have been supporting Ekal, Ajayji, for quite some time, more than a decade, continuously. So, what do you see as the special features of Ekal that gives you hope that we can make an impact in the development of India?
See, I think what I have seen from you all, first of all, is the total selfless commitment you have towards improving the country. See, you have excuse me, you have no other agenda other than doing some good. And people, you are an example of a person who has had such a senior position and has contributed now, taken early retirement and contributing to the upliftment of society. And y'all are working, I have seen the work that y'all have done in the most challenging environment, in those areas where sometimes people had forgotten they are parts of India. When I see what's happening in some parts, and even now, even in the 21st century, even in, I mean, just go outside of Mumbai, which is the largest city, you will find so much tribal areas there. So y'all have been going to those places where sometimes we have forgotten about. So I think that to me is a big strength. Second thing is, you don't come with a fixed agenda. You'll go and understand the people there, you understand the culture there, you understand what are their needs, how do they, what they look at. You don't have a set formula that is set up in your office in Delhi or Bombay or something, okay, this is what I want to do. So that's the other big advantage. And I think the enthusiasm that you have and the high quality of commitment that you have and the integrity that you people, I mean, it it is a great thing. I mean, I feel inspired when I meet you all.
Thank you, Jayji. Thanks for compliments. And last question: what do you see the USP in Ekal uh, in order to support it among the plethora of NGOs you have come across or have interacted with?
So, as I said, the USP first is the deep understanding of rural India. And even rural India is not the right. You all go to the most remote parts of rural India, where there is not one solution fits all in India. You have to have a unique solution which is designed for each area. And because of the understanding that you all have got, I think that is a USP you have. Second thing is because you have been able to build the faith. Very often communities in rural India, tribal India do not have faith because people come from outside. They come one day, they think they know all the answers, they provide and go away. That has never worked. You have to go and live in that society, you have to work there. I have found that that's the only way you can bring about change. And that is your other unique aspect. So that's the second one. And third, as I said before, is just the commitment. You are not doing it for any other reason except to improve the lot of the people. I think these are rare things to find.
Thank you very much, Ajayji. It has been very encouraging to have you with us this evening today. And thanks you for your vision for the India's education and health sectors and compliments and good words for Ekal. Thank you very much.
Bringing health services to the last mile is an important goal for Ekal Arogya. Advancement in telemedicine has opened up new avenues to bring quality healthcare to Ekal villages. Ekal hires local women and trains them to be Arogya Sevikas or community health workers. They are trained to provide education on health and hygiene to the villagers and promote a healthy lifestyle. The Sevikas are trained to use a mobile phone based telemedicine toolkit. The toolkit helps triage common ailments. Villagers who need better attention are connected to a doctor using video conferencing, and then prescription is provided. Ekal's Arogya's impact was seen dramatically during the current COVID pandemic, where the Sevikas health awareness program promoting use of masks, social distancing, quarantine for village visitors, and hand washing helped keep the over 100 million people safe during the pandemic. Until July 1, 2020, not a single COVID case was identified in the villages. Over 3 million masks were made by the women trained at our tailoring centers and distributed to police and healthcare workers in the remote rural areas. The cost of bringing this program is only $1 a year per villagers. Today, you can pledge your support by either scanning the QR code that you're seeing on the screen right now or going to https://ekal.org/us/pledge/telemedicine. We hope you will join us to bring health services to rural India and keep rural India safe. Thank you so much today for your support. We look forward to seeing the pledges roll in. I am delighted now to welcome Sajan Agarwal from Raleigh, North Carolina, who has been a very long time supporter of Ekal Vidyalaya. He has now joined the board of Ekal and much moved by the impact that Arogya has had on our villages during these COVID times. He has a very special announcement to make.
Namaste. Good evening. 2020 has been a very difficult year all over the world. COVID-19 has affected all of us regardless of where we live. I'm Sajan Agarwal, and I'm happy to let you know that Ekal's network of Arogya Sevikas, the community health workers, has done an amazing job in spreading the message on personal hygiene and COVID safety measures during the pandemic. Quarantine, wearing masks, social distancing, hand washing, and other safety measures were quickly enforced, resulting in very little impact of COVID-19 in the Ekal villages. The positive impact of Arogya Sevikas program has been very visible. This program, combined with telemedicine, is a powerful tool to deliver health services to the last mile in rural and remote parts of India. It costs $250,000 to bring the Arogya program, the telemedicine, and the Sevika programs to the 150 Ekal villages, bringing healthcare to 75,000 people for 3 years. Ekal's mantra from the very beginning has been what $1 a day for a year can do. It costs only $40 a day for a year to support healthcare in each village. My wife, Asha, and I would like to propose a challenge. We'll match up to $250,000 raised for the Arogya program today. Together with your support, we can bring this program to 300 villages, impacting 150,000 people. Thank you for your support. We wish you a lot of happiness and health this season, this holiday season, and into the new year. Namaste.
The challenge thrown out by Sajan Agarwal ji to match his contribution of $250,000 to support Arogya has been met by Manu Shah from Los Angeles, California. Manu Bhai Shah is an entrepreneur who founded the very successful company MSI International. He is a very thoughtful philanthropist who has invested in technology-based, high-impact social solutions. Today, he is going to be pledging to contribute $250,000 towards Arogya at Ekal. Here is Manu Bhai Shah describing his philosophy behind his philanthropy.
Good evening. My family and I have tried to help our community over the past many years with three core beliefs. The first one is of helping the unknown and those who are hungry to learn. This relates to my own story back in 1950 when I was in high school in India. An anonymous donor from USA funded rupees 2,000 for our science project so that we could participate in a competition. This was one of the key reasons why my interest picked in science and I became an engineer from Vijaytia and then from Purdue University in 1968. Being able to impact the lives of people we haven't met, seen, or heard of almost always starts a chain reaction of gratitude and community building. It surely has inspired me and my family to do more. At Sarvamangal Family Trust, we support leapfrogging ideas with a vision for the future. This forms our second belief. Some of the leapfrogging ideas that we have backed in the past have proven to be successful in making a large scalable impact and have prepared us to fight unforeseen situations such as COVID-19. Let me explain how. In 2015, we supported Pratham with the tablet initiative to personalize with peer-to-peer learning for primary school students in rural India. Our innovative funding of the Go Digital project attracted Google's interest and they ended up supporting the same project big way in India. Today, when students in the third world are facing challenges in coping up with school education, our 40,000 or so tablets have already prepared students to transition to digital media and online learning, including COVID-19, at a much faster and efficient rate. This brings me to third core belief: we support use of technology. Today, we are proud promoters of a new kind of technology coming out of Purdue University Shah Family Global Innovations Laboratory, where we are able to detect hemoglobin HGB levels non-invasive way in individuals using a smartphone app. Our support has attracted a $400,000 grant from the National Institute of Health, which has only validated our approach. We are working with the Purdue team and Go ground partners in India to make this technology accessible to over 100 million people who are anemic and need preventive health care. We are excited to work with Ekal on this initiative and to see if we can use Ekal's outreach in the remotest area of India, help the women in India to be anemia free. We at Sarvamangal Family Trust are proud of our partnership with Ekal and wish all the best for their work, especially during COVID-19. Thank you. Good evening.
I have today none other than our dear Ekal ambassador, Mr. Vivek Oberoi. Vivek ji, welcome all the way from Mumbai, India. So, what do you think about Ekal Gala so far? You're not here, we miss you. But what are you thinking about it so far?
Well, Ranjini ji, it's a two-way street. I'm missing all of you. I'm missing the energy. I'm missing the junoon, the passion that all the volunteers of Ekal bring. The last time I was there, I was so enthused looking at the energy and looking at the way people have wholeheartedly supported and donated, for Ekal Abhiyan. So it's, as you can see behind me, it's a Sunday morning. And I was up early on a sunny morning only to hear about this massive snowstorm. But in my heart, I knew that no snowstorm, no matter how severe, is going to hold back the energy of the team at Ekal and the volunteers at Ekal. So this is a great beginning to a great evening. I'd like to start up by saluting Sajan Agarwal ji and also Manu Bhai Shah for matching. What an interesting challenge he threw, and what a fantastic match we had. And Arogya is such an important scheme. I mean, the actual impact of Arogya has been seen during this testing time of COVID. I mean, I think all of us who have parents, for us, the health of our parents, हमारी माँ सेहतमंद रहे, stays healthy is our first thought process, right? And I think today what we're doing is also for the greater Ma, for Bharat Ma. And Arogya is what is keeping Bharat Ma's health in check and taking care of her. 100,000 villages have been protected because of Arogya. And it's amazing that till June or July, when the world was, dealing with swarms of COVID infections, not a single infection in 100,000 villages across India that were being managed by Ekal's Arogya scheme. This very scheme that Sajan Agarwal ji and Manu Bhai Shah have wholeheartedly contributed to. So I'd like to reach out to all those people who are watching this right now saying that, look, this is the best. It's not a donation, it's a karmic investment. And, you can imagine how much, change you have lying around in dollars and nickels and pennies. Imagine that a single dollar can take care of an individual's health for an entire day. And that is the Ekal impact, to be able to take something that would cost millions of dollars and shrink it down just by bringing scale and energy and the power of 300,000 volunteers. So the impact has been phenomenal. 3 million masks were made by our own Ekal volunteers. And, the proof of the pudding is there to see that while the rest of the world was suffering, the Ekal villages were so well protected and taken care of. So I'd like to inspire everybody else who's watching this right now. No amount is small. Just reach out and say, you know what, here's $1 and I'm taking care of one person for one day. Put your hand up. This is the time to reach out. यही समय है भारत माता का कि सेहत के लिए हमें सेवा करनी है, and we all have to come forward. I'd also like to mention something fantastic that I'm hearing, Ranjini ji. This has really doubled the size of the smile on my face and has really warmed my heart. A friend, somebody from the Ekal family that I met when I was there in LA last year, who actually is an expert party thrower. And now I think he's throwing a very big party for all of us at Ekal, in the true sense of the word, true celebration of the word. Ajay Keshav ji, hats off to you, brother, fantastic because for the Arogya scheme, I'm so proud to announce that my friend Ajay Keshav ji is announcing a donation, a contribution of $1 million. That's right, $1 million being donated by him. So, इसके लिए बॉलीवुड स्टाइल में सीटी जरूरी है रंजनी जी.
क्या बात है, क्या बात है. I was thinking of when you were in New York, we had the sparklers go off, and
I
now
know this
the
would have been
city
the perfect
is
sparkler moment.
absolutely. But to your point, Ajay Keshav ji is just so kind, and you're exactly right. It is about throwing the good-hearted party for making a difference. And I wanted to tell everybody that really it's $1 a year for a villager to give this health services. And anybody can go to gala2020.ekal.org and just go down the page and pledge your support for telemedicine or many of the other projects that we are fundraising for. Or if you just want to go to ekal.org and donate, you can do that as well. And I wanted to say that I hope that somebody in India also, Vivekji, you're in India, can match Sajanji's wonderful donation offer as well. I think.
I'm pretty sure, and I can speak very confidently, Ranjani ji, on behalf of all of us Desis here, that after feeling so inspired by the generosity of our counterparts, of our brothers and sisters in America, reaching out for Bharat Mata, I'm sure we can match it too. I'm sure we can raise. It's only $250,000 to be matched on this side. I'm sure we can raise that or more. 2 से 4 करोड़ रुपए हमको यहाँ raise करने पड़ेंगे in India में. So all those people who are watching, every rupee counts, every dollar counts. Come on, India का नाम रोशन करना है. We have to contribute together, and I'll start by making the contributions myself. I will go on to the ekal.2020.org website. It's very, very easy. It's very, very simple to make a donation. So just go ahead and make that donation.
That would be awesome, Vivekji. You're always giving back, and it's inspiring to hear what you're doing. I know we love you as a star, but you're a star in the philanthropic world, and we really, really are inspired by that. And I want to just tell you, as you were speaking, we got 2 more donations from for Arogya from Rakesh Gupta ji and Shachi Ratan ji. So thank you so much for that. We really, really appreciate it.
Fantastic.
So
this
now
is like music to my ears.
Now I'd like. Exactly, and I'm hoping that more people will do that as well. But I will now conclude this Arogya fundraising with the message from our superstar Ajay Keshav ji, who is a dear friend of yours and of course of Ekal. Actually, Ajay ji is a great entrepreneur in LA, and has always been there for Ekal. So Vivek ji, I think we will move over to Ajay Keshav ji and meet again at a future time. There is a message from Ajay Keshav ji.
Welcome to Ekal Arogya 2020 Virtual Gala. Pardon me as I will be out of breath as I am down with COVID, but I carry a very important message. Remote travel villages in India grossly lack access to basic health services and information regarding healthy lifestyle choices. Lack of access to healthcare is a major contributor to poverty in the villages. Delays in seeking healthcare leads to poor health outcomes and hospitalizations, incurring great expense to them. Villagers often incur debts due to poor health that they cannot easily overcome. Thus, without focus on health, it is impossible for us to bring good economic outcomes to the villages. Ekal Arogya has a unique and comprehensive telemedicine program that is enhanced with community health programs, which is a low-cost, powerful way to bring awareness about health and hygiene and to connect rural patients to crucial medical services. I'm convinced of the potential of this program to make a big difference, and hence, over the next 5 years, I'm committing $1 million to this program. I hope and pray you will join me in expanding this effort to 100,000 Ekal villages with a below poverty level population of 100 million. Thank you.
So Vivek ji, you heard Ajay ji. Despite having COVID, he has come and blessed us with his presence and his wonderful donation. Of course, he cannot do it alone. Even though it's $1 million, India is a huge country, right, Vivek ji?
That's right.
So we
Absolutely.
have-
I think people like Ajay Bhai are there as torchbearers, right? They're there to inspire others. And everybody doesn't have to have the capacity of writing $1 million check. You write $100 check. You write a $10 check. What touches me so much. I remember when I was there, Ranjani ji, at the Ekal fundraiser, the Gala, and I met kids. I met a 9-year-old, for example, who says, "This is out of my allowance, that I'm making a donation to Ekal." And to me, that's as precious as Ajay ji's check of $1 million, So to me, every gesture and it teaches our children the art of giving. It teaches our children the whole, old, ancient ethos and culture that we come from this great country of India, where we've always thought about others. We've always thought of ourselves as a part of a larger ecosystem and not as an individual selfish unit. And I think that's the tremendous value. It's an invaluable value that we bring our children up with by introducing them to concepts like Ekal. So it gives me great joy that this is happening today. And I wish it was physical, because I really enjoyed the way all the volunteers, and all the donors come in and they bring their families, they bring in their kids, and the kids are having a fun time themselves, and being a part of this whole process of celebrating each other in the art of giving. So I would again reach out to all those people who are even new contributors. Please come on board, register with Ekal, register yourself as a volunteer. We have a 300,000 strong family across the globe who is only focused on really doing this kind of incredible humanitarian work. True impact can be seen, measurable impact can be seen. So come forward and be a part of this incredible movement called Ekal.
So let everybody go to ekal.org and donate, or go to gala2020.ekal.org. As you're watching this program, just go down, scroll down, and press the pledge button to pledge for any of our different projects. So Vivek ji, now let's move on to the next part of the program, and we will see you again in just a few minutes. Namaste.
Absolutely.
Vivek Sharma is based in Boston and a partner with healthcare-focused private equity firm, and serves as CEO of multiple companies. His professional focus has been on helping these companies and investment grow so they can better serve the needs of customers, ambitions of their employees, and expectations of their investors. Vivek is actively involved in philanthropic activities with several large initiatives, and is bringing his impact-driven philosophy and passion for service to Ekal. Vivek ji and his wife Vandana ji, through their family foundation, have been long-term supporters of Ekal and have sponsored a tailoring center in Bharatpur and an integrated village development project in Chhatha. I now invite Vivek Sharma ji to talk about his latest initiative with Ekal, the Grain Project.
Thank you, Ranjani ji, for the introduction. Before I start, I would like to thank Ekal for giving us an opportunity to work on this very unique initiative. The GRAIN team of volunteers, we actually started this initiative early when the pandemic hit this year, realizing that while we are all working from home, we have a unique opportunity to do something more meaningful and impactful with the time that we have. And several of us got together and start figuring out how we can really make an impact in the lives of the people that we care about. So GRAIN, Gramothan Atmanirbharta for Ekal, is a volunteer-driven initiative focusing on maximizing the impact of resources being deployed at Gramothan resource centers. Purpose of GRAIN is to make sure that the farmers and their families, women in villages, and Our Ekal support staff is getting the maximum value from the donor resources and the volunteer time that is being invested in these projects. Our GRCs have a very broad reach. As you know, we currently have close to 20 GRCs, and each of them covers about 100 plus villages, and each village has several hundred families where each family has multiple members, making the GRC platform reach more than 1 million people. This is a very unique and a sizable platform where our efforts can impact lives of a very large population. How is grain going to help the farmers and their families? Grain team will be working with farmers to assist them with selection of best possible crops to grow in their fields. Through our network, we will be bringing specialists and external know-how to assist our farmers in improving the yield of the produce they are growing. Lastly, we will be helping the farmers in commercializing the produce in the best possible way to maximize the value of their hard work. To illustrate this process, I will share a case study on haldi from our Karanjo GRC. In Karanjo, our farmers are growing haldi, which they used to sell to a third party for 16 rupees a kg. Our GRCs realized that the third party is taking that haldi and selling it in nearby cities for rupees 25 a kg just the next day. We, through GRC, intervened and have come out with a process where we are now buying the haldi from farmer at 26 rupees a kg, ensuring they get the full market value of their produce. So immediately, this is about a 60% improvement in farmers' income through GRC and grain intervention. As part of grain, we are moving a step forward and now setting up a small solar dryer, processing unit, and a packaging unit in Karanjo to process this haldi and package this under Ekal brand to be sold in retail, where the potential value we can get is up to 700 rupees kg for processed haldi. Same food processing plant can be used for moringa leaves to convert to moringa powder, tomatoes to convert to sun-dried tomatoes, and other vegetables and spices. Incremental profits that will be generated with this approach are going to get reinvested in the development of villages and families in that GRC. In case of women empowerment, GRC had trained the girls and women in villages in tailoring, which has allowed them to do basic tailoring with potential to earn 1 to 2,000 rupees a month. Through grain, we are working on improving the skills of these women and connecting them with fashion houses who are willing to partner with Ekal to have these women be their service provider. This process has the potential to increase the earning of these women to 5 to 6,000 rupees a month. Thirdly, Grain team is working on a data and technology driven platform to allow Ekal team to gather information on farmers and families so that we can enable and implement changes real time. This tool will allow us to understand our beneficiaries better, understand the demand and supply of crops in close to real time, and also deliver information, education, and solutions real time. As grain continues to grow, we believe there's a potential to create an Ekal brand which can help market products produced in villages made by our village families. Ekal team is a volunteer driven organization which has come together just in the last 6 months. While we all have diverse backgrounds, education, come from different geographies, but one thing that binds us, all of us together, is our passion for making positive impact in lives of rural people in India. This is just the beginning, and we hope to be able to do a lot more and need help from all of you. There's a huge potential to create value, and working together with all of you, we think we can do a lot more. Grain team is really thankful for the wonderful opportunity to make an impact and look forward to doing even more. Let us think big and work together to make long-lasting impact.
निर्माणों के पावन युग में हम चरित्र निर्माण न भूले स्वार्थ साधना.
Honored and privileged to introduce my brother, the Railway Minister Piyush Goyal. Born in Mumbai to late Chandrakanta and Ved Prakash Goyal, he was fondly called Happy because he was always a smiling baby. His father was the shipping minister in Vajpayee ji's government, and mother was a record 3-time woman MLA in the Maharashtra Assembly. He received his early and professional education with flying colors, securing second rank both in All India CA and law degrees. A very hard-working young man, he intertwined family business with social activities seamlessly. He is a successful corporate and financial strategy advisor and served on the boards of Bank of Baroda and State Bank of India. His early grooming in politics was with personal interaction with former PM Vajpayee ji, Nanaji Deshmukh, Advani ji, Param Pujya Shri Guruji Golwalkar, and a host of others. He has held several leadership roles in the BJP, including All India Treasurer. He oversaw the IT and social media campaign of the party during the historical 2014 elections that saw the party arrive at the center stage of Indian politics. In his successful stint in the Power, Coal and Mines Ministry, he ensured that power reached almost every village in the country and India became energy positive. He was awarded the 4th Carnot Prize in 2018 for his distinguished contribution to energy policy. He now leads 3 key ministries: Railways, Commerce and Industry, and Consumer Affairs, Food and Public Distribution. He has done significant work on the safety record of the railways by eliminating manual railway crossings, and recently he started the cold storage rail to transport farmer produce. He is happily married to Seema and they have 2 young bright children, Dhruv and Radhika. Here is my brother, Piyush Goyal.
Mr. Ramakrishna, I am delighted to be a part of the Ekal 2020 Gala and would like to thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity and my wife, Seema Goyal, this opportunity to once again recollect some of our warm memories of our own personal association with Ekal. I'm delighted that Mr. Piramal, Mr. Kapil Dev, and other very senior dignitaries have joined this Ekal Gala. I compliment the Gala chairman, Mr. Mohan Vanchu, and would like to thank Mr. Sonu Nigam for participating in this very important event being held all across the United States of America. All the other dignitaries and the team of Ekal may be complimented for initiating this virtual gala, therefore demonstrating the resolve of Ekal Vidyalaya to continue to serve the people of India, continue to encourage quality education, and germinate the initial seeds of literacy in our very young children in tribal areas. I have had a long family history of being involved with the Ekal movement. My mother, many years ago, was actively involved in the Ekal movement. In fact, before that, when we had the Vanvasi Kalyan Ashram, my father used to be actively involved with Vanvasi Kalyan Ashram. My mother got involved with the Ekal movement in India. She was active in a variety of ways, and one fine day landed up taking my wife Seema to one of the Van Yatras. And from there, the journey of the next generation in the tribal education movement started. In fact, I remember when Seema used to take a number of people to go and visit the various areas, various villages where our teachers were actively involved in imparting education to tribal children. Very often, even the drivers used to complain. It used to be quite a grueling journey, but it was a very satisfying effort. It's a delight that today I find my own son also actively involved in trying to work or be somewhat associated. And right from a very young age, when he was only all of 17 years old, he got solar lamps to be distributed across different villages in the country. I wanted to share my personal connect with all of you only to demonstrate how important this organization is in nation building, in bringing about awareness about the importance of education, particularly in remote, far off tribal areas, and how this early age education, how the providing of early age small levels of literacy, whether it's the little bit of maths, the little bit of science, the little bit of language that we teach our children, help them in their own studies, in their own life going forward. Of course, Ekal Vidyalaya also has played a very important role in ensuring that our tribal persons do not get converted to other religions only for want of proper education and basic amenities in the villages. I'd like to compliment all the organizers of Ekal Gala 2020 for having built up this awareness in the United States of America about this movement, involving well-meaning individuals, associating them with the project, and helping in our effort today to cross nearly 100,000 tribal schools across the country. As Nelson Mandela had said, education is the most powerful weapon which you can use to change the world. And in this journey, where we are trying to create a new India, develop a new paradigm of development for the country in its new avatar, in the new India that we wish to create, I believe that tribal children have a very, very important role to play. As the Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi said, if we have to build a nation, let's start with villages. No one will leave villages if they are developed. And we saw during the COVID pandemic how this migrant labor issue, how children or people having to leave the villages in search of employment, in search of jobs, has affected families, has affected village life, and in another way, affected education and cultural development of our children. I am delighted to share with you that through the Atmanirbhar Bharat program, the government is committed to taking development of industry, new and new job opportunities, better infrastructure to the villages across the country, helping our farmers, helping our tribal areas in increasing their income levels, creating modern facilities for education and healthcare in the villages, and taking technology, roads, quality digital infrastructure, internet connectivity through the length and breadth of India so that every child in the country is able to connect with the modern world, is able to see how the world is progressing and what role they can play in the villages. For that matter, of late we are seeing some wonderful startups coming out from the villages in India. And I would urge the supporters of the Ekal movement in the United States to take forward certain startups which may have germinated in our villages, encourage them, help them with larger access, and I'm sure you'll find some really terrific business opportunities from our villages. In fact, traditional medicine, the herbs and traditional ways of that the villagers use, that the tribals use, are once again being recognized across the world as possible immunity boosters. The Ayush Ministry, which looks at Ayurveda, Yoga, Unani, different forms of traditional medicine in India, is also encouraging research and development and scientific discovery to see how these traditional forms of medicine can play an increasingly important role to improve the nutritional value of our food products and possible strength boosters, immunity boosters for the people of India. I believe over the last few years, our effort to ensure that every home in the country has electricity, has toilets, people who do not have proper pakka houses, proper homes, are given a home under the Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana, an affordable house, hugely subsidized by the government, in very many cases given free of charge by the government. The effort to ensure that across the country we have digital access, the effort to expand rural roads so that through the length and breadth of India, the villages have road access. All of these efforts put together will help our villages develop, will certainly ensure more and more opportunities for our villagers and reduce the burden of difficulties in getting quality education, difficulties in getting quality healthcare for our villagers. I compliment Ekal Vidyalaya Sangathan for bringing change in the lives of nearly 2.8 million children who come to Ekal schools every day in the over 100,000 schools run in very remote tribal areas. In fact, I see that of late, about 4 or 5 years ago, we had gone to Jharkhand, Ranchi, and there my wife and I met up with some of the volunteers of Ekal, and Seema seeded the idea of sanitary pads being given to the villagers in Jharkhand. Their initial concern was about the environment, but then they zeroed it in on biodegradable sanitary pads, and today I believe across the country we now have a movement where we are providing sanitary pads at only 1 rupee per pad, and for about 100 rupees, which is $1.50, one can ensure that a girl child or a woman would get sanitary pads through the year for just about $1.50. The government is also hugely subsidizing this program. I would urge Ekal Vidyalaya to expand the scope of this program throughout the country, particularly in tribal areas. It's not only about providing the pad, it's about encouraging them to use them. It's about personal hygiene training. It's about the awareness, how important these are, particularly when we are trying to create preventive healthcare for the villages. Once again, introducing new and modern technology tools through maybe digital online courses in the post-COVID world, in the new age, where digital technologies help us get modern education to the remotest parts of the country, will get a further boost, and Ekal Vidyalaya can play an important role in that. Once digital technology reaches through the length and breadth of India, the Honorable Prime Minister, Mr. Modi, has announced on 15th August, Independence Day this year, that in the next 1,000 days, every village in the country would have digital coverage, would have digital technology, broadband reaching the villages. That would be a big booster to our effort to bring quality education and telemedicine to every village in the country, thereby upgrading the skills of our young brothers and sisters, helping them to be better citizens of India and helping them to upgrade income levels at the grassroots, at the village level. The effort to make our villages economically independent units will be a prime contributor towards our dream of Atmanirbhar Bharat, a self-sufficient India, not an India which closes its doors to global engagement, but an India that engages with the rest of the world from a position of strength, with scale, with competitiveness, and our ability to meet the needs of the world with quality products at competitive prices. I invite all of you to participate in this journey that India is rapidly moving forward to, and I'm sure all the supporters, all the members of the Ekal Vidyalaya movement, of the Ekal Parivar, will continue to play a very big role in the development of India. Incidentally, the new education policy, which has come after 34 years and extensive consultation across the country, encourages equal opportunities for all children, students, and Ekal Vidyalaya type of initial grooming of our children. The basics and elementary education will certainly have an important role to play going forward. Ekal has shown that complete devotion towards the nation and selfless service of others can make things happen. It can transform society in unimaginable ways and empower millions in the country. As Mahatma Gandhi had said, the future depends on what you do today. I invite all of you to further give a boost to the effort of Ekal Vidyalaya, to the global movement that Ekal has become today. And I have no doubt in my mind that going forward, empowerment of our children, of our women in the villages will get a huge boost with the efforts of Ekal movement. My best wishes to the organizers of this event, and my best wishes to all the teachers who are working relentlessly, toiling in the villages to impart education and other developmental activities in tribal areas, very remote, very tough areas to work in. My compliments to the volunteers who are managing the entire Ekal movement, and good wishes to the Ekal Gala 2020. Thank you very much.
I know your time is limited, so we'll just ask you a few questions, and I hope you'll have the opportunity to answer them. Recently, Modi ji had proposed several reforms for the farming sector. Is there a plan to promote marketing of produce through mobile and web platforms? This will help farmers and may also provide job opportunities for the youth in rural areas.
The farm laws that have been introduced recently have come out of several years of study about the way our farmers in India did not get enough opportunity to increase their incomes and were completely under the control of certain market participants. To give a simple example, the person who manufactured the mouse can sell the mouse wherever he wants in the country. But a farmer in India cannot sell his farm produce to anybody or anywhere where he can get the best price. He's completely at the mercy of a small set of persons who are controlling the markets currently. While we have no intention to disturb current practices, while we are wishing and willing and desirous of strengthening the current marketplaces that are available in the country, while we wish to continue with all the current practices of government procurement at minimum support price, we also believe, giving the farmer an additional opportunity, giving the farmer an opportunity to also explore newer markets will help him increase his income and will be a great boost to village and farm incomes. Therefore, there is this proposal that we allow, the new law allows farmers opportunity to either sell in the government marketplace or the government approved current marketplace, or another alternative channel through private contracts, to sales through private buyers, to new markets, which will of course also come under the ambit of regulation. And through that, we believe that farmers will new opportunities will open up for farmers. In the law itself, it has been provided that portals will be created, both by the private sector and the government, to open up opportunities for farmers, both to get price information of where the best price would be available for his produce, to integrate farmers with digital marketing and give them opportunities to be a part of e-commerce. That's a part of government strategy. It's brought in the law also, and state governments and the central government will be creating adequate digital infrastructure to support the farmers and get them connected to digital e-commerce.
Excellent.
Yeah. So
Would you like
my next question is to Ajay ji. Ajay ji, at present, Ekal is concentrating on telemedicines and wellness through education. What is your opinion going forward that Ekal should be concentrating to bring awareness for better health in tribal and rural villages?
I think it's really important. First of all, as I've always said, Ekal is doing a tremendous job. So I just want to compliment you all on the effort that you all are putting in. It's not only the money, it's more important that the volunteers and the connect that you have with society, and especially in rural India, that's important. I think what is really important is to just disseminate more and more information. There is so much of wrong understanding about modern medicine. If I may say, let's take the example of vaccination. There are so many parts of India, rural India, so many communities who still believe that vaccination has some negative connotations. Now, with the whole thrust that the prime minister is giving on vaccination, particularly for COVID, I think this is where the first effort should be put for Ekal and their volunteers. How can we use all means, our own personal relationships, to the extent that we have today digital connectivity in many rural Indias? There is digital connectivity today already. I think we'll have to use all that to ensure that this is there, because this is really important, because prevention is as important as anything else, especially with the limited resources that we have of infrastructure, whether it's in primary healthcare. I think vaccination will be this. So again, it is a whole question about educating people, removing the myths and the fears around modern medicine, which is what we need to do.
Thank you. And my next question is for Piyush ji. Piyush ji, Ekal has started offering computer training in villages as part of integrated village development projects. As Minister for Commerce and Industry, can you tell us how you can provide employment opportunities for youth with computer skills in rural areas?
I think in the post-COVID world, very clearly, the need of physical presence in the area of work in offices is becoming more and more blurred, with work from home becoming the new normal. More and more companies now are even looking at work from home going beyond the COVID pandemic. There are opportunities of cost saving, cost effectiveness. There are opportunities of a wider outreach across the world from remote areas. And there are, you get away from all the visa problems, all the work permit problems. So I think as more and more children in rural India get computer training, and I would urge you, if I may venture to make a suggestion, if you can also add language training with that, particularly different languages. English, of course, would be very useful, but if we can get our children in the villages to learn new language skills, maybe Spanish, maybe French, maybe German, Japanese, all of this gradually will help us in engaging our children from the villages with opportunities in the rest of the world. And since work from home is a reality, my own daughter is working from home for the last, 9 months, has not been to office probably more than one day. In that context, I'm sure international players will be looking to cut costs and expand the frontiers from where they engage people. We in the Commerce Ministry will be delighted to connect many international players who come to India with more and more people in remote India, as the government is trying to bridge the gap between urban and rural India. We believe, and digital connectivity reaches the remotest parts of India. We believe the interview is going to take place on the television screen virtually. Selection is going to happen virtually, and work is going to happen virtually. So more and more this expands. You will see the opportunities go beyond the frontiers of cities where where living costs are much more. And I would think that there will be a natural tendency. We will, of course, do the handholding. We have started a program to support startups in the villages, and our young boys and girls in the villages come out with some brilliant ideas. I remember going to Varanasi about 2 years ago to interact with the startups in and around Varanasi. Some of their ideas and some of their thoughts were brilliant, and the government would do the handholding to help these startups bring an ecosystem, and within that ecosystem then engage with the rest of the world, whether in India, in the cities, towns, or even internationally, to provide them services using digital technology.
Thank you. Piyush, Mohanji.
Sure, Piyush ji and Ajay ji, we are well aware of your shortage of time, so we'll just ask you the last question. This question is for Ajay ji. Ajay ji, you've been very active in the health services through the Piramal Swasthya and clean drinking water through Piramal Sarvaja. Given our presence in the 100,000 villages, how can your health services, medicines, and water solutions be scaled to reach these 100,000 Ekal villages?
I think I'm very of the firm view that the India is such a vast country, and the problems that we have of this country cannot be solved by any one NGO. It cannot be solved by even the government, which has the largest infrastructure and which is doing a lot, cannot solve it on its own. I think we all have to get together. It has to be a collaborative affair. And that's what I think I would urge, that all the NGOs work together. I'll give you an example. We are now working with Niti Aayog to see how we can spread the awareness of health in the 112 aspirational districts of the country. What we have done is that we have got together 150 NGOs which are working in specific areas, because they have the volunteers, but they may not necessarily have the widespread organization or the funding that's available. And therefore we are doing this. And with this, with the 150 NGOs, we've been able to now get 150,000 volunteers in these areas and spreading the campaign of, health for older people above the age of 60. So we will be very happy to, and this is a collaborative effort which was started by Niti Aayog, and we are the partners of that. Similarly, I think we are now extending it to more and more areas. The Jal Jeevan Mission, which the government has done, is another thing for clean drinking water. So I think during this pandemic, that has taken a little bit of a backseat as other priorities take over. But we'll be very happy to engage with your people, whatever because your understanding of rural and tribal India is better than anybody else probably in the country. So according to me, that is an area that we can all work together, and our teams will be more than happy to do that.
Wonderful, wonderful. Well, thank you so much, Piyush ji and Ajay ji, for sparing your valuable time to attend this gala. We really had thank you very much for your time today.
Thank you
Mohanji,
very much,
my wife
gentlemen.
would like to say something about Ajayji.
Sure.
Mohanji, probably people don't know, 15 years back, through Nayantara Jain ji, Ajay ji supported our 100 schools.
And from there his
From
journey
there,
started.
his journey, his association with, so I actually came to sit by Piyush just to bring to everyone's notice that probably he doesn't even remember, but his journey started with Ekal 15 years back.
Oh my God, that
And
is so
Ajay had
wonderful.
involved him and got support of 100 schools from him.
And he's one of the role model philanthropists in India.
He probably doesn't even remember about this.
This is so wonderful.
Thank you. You've been very generous, and I think it's just the work that Seemaji, you and everybody involved with Ekal has been doing. That's the only thing. There are very, very few organizations which have this level of commitment, and it's really the leadership that you all provide. So we are thankful as citizens of this nation, and I mean it.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much. You've been such an inspiration. Thank you very much for attending our program.
Thank you.
Dhanyavad.
Gramothan Resource Center, or GRC, is Ekal's flagship skill training center where a variety of skill training programs, including tailoring, digital literacy, sustainable farming, electrician, plumbing, and others, are offered. The center caters to a set of 100 villages in the surrounding area. Let us now go and see how the GRC is working on the ground in Ekal villages.
Gramothan resource centers are at the core of Ekal's approach to empower rural Bharat. Established in the heart of rural and tribal villages, these centers act as training cum resource centers, providing training, resources, and initial hand-holding to the village micro-entrepreneurs. Each center serves about 100 villages around it. The objective is to provide skill training to empower youth, women, and farmers through digital literacy, tailoring, agri-training, carpentry, and art and craft. It also aims to promote sustainable practices for holistic growth, with emphasis on organic farming, using latest techniques and equipment for soil, manure, and seeds. Gramothan Resource Center aims to support micro-entrepreneurs, form self-help group and farmer groups by facilitating incubation and providing marketing support. Using its ecosystem of village coordinators and village representatives, 20 families are identified in each village. The center volunteers and karyakartas then start engaging with these 2,000 families at various levels. The idea is to skill 80 potential micro-entrepreneurs, 20 women, 20 male farmers, and 20 young girls and 20 young boys in each village. Gramothan believes that once these selected people are skilled and start their micro-entrepreneurship activities, they will engage, train, and inspire others in their villages. This will create a self-propagating ecosystem, and Gramothan's role will change to engage in capacity building and capacity development activities. The centers are opened in those areas where Ekal Vidyalayas are already functional. The ultimate aim is to have one Gramothan Resource Center in each of the bhags.
GRCs, please scan the QR code on the screen or go to gala2020.ekal.org. Our next speaker, Sri Ajay Poddaji, is the founder of Art Tech International from New Jersey, USA. He is a third generation Ekal supporter. His grandfather-in-law was the one who started Ekal in India. His inspirational support and his commitment are truly, truly laudable. Let us now hear what Ajayji has to tell us about his involvement with Ekal.
Hello and namaskar. My name is Ajay Podar. I'm honored to be here today to discuss my association with Ekal over the past 30 years. More specifically, I would love to tell you my experience working with Ekal Gramothan initiative in the past 10 years. My association with Gramothan started about 7 to 8 years back at a dinner reception with Subhash Chandraji. Subhashji discussed the concept of Gramothan and it immediately resonated with me. The whole idea of doing a pilot program at Karanjo with a skill development center and an organic farming initiative was an absolute no-brainer. I was honored to sponsor the GRC at Karanjo. I'm sure you all are fully familiar with the development and economic activities this GRC initiative has created. Through skill training, women have become a leading earning member of the family. Organic farming activities have provided a significant economic stimulus in the local economy. Most recently, I'm sure you're aware that the ladies trained in these GRC sewing training institutes are the reason Ekal was able to quickly make and distribute millions of face masks around the country. And this has been truly a great investment that is giving significant returns year after year. The whole idea of this skill training center is to ensure that every person in a village has the opportunity to learn some self-sustaining skills, whether it is sewing or organic farming or computer literacy and various other skills taught in these training centers. And it is very affordable. They just have to show up. They just have to have a desire to become self-sufficient. The success of Gramothan training centers is a case study in the development economics. It is a phenomenal achievement. This success has motivated us to sponsor 2 other GRCs in Hoshangabad and Gajrala more recently. If I am right, Ekal is already either developing or running over 27 GRCs around the country, and there are more to come. What excites me most about Ekal is the agility at which Ekal moves to implement new initiatives that make sense. I remember discussing creating an infrastructure to make these GRCs self-sustaining after my visit to GRC Hoshangabad earlier this year. I was surprised to learn that Vivek Sharmaji has already created a team of young Ekal participants to define and implement a plan to do exactly that. The team is using data analytics as well as other business analytics tool to create a foolproof development plan around these GRCs, and this is truly phenomenal. Finally, I would like to appeal to you to come and visit one of these GRCs and see for yourself the value add and social economic opportunities these centers are creating within the rural communities. I hope you agree and join me to become one of the brand ambassadors of this Ekal Gramothan movement. Dhanyavad and namaskar.
Mr. Himanshu Shah from Raleigh, North Carolina, is the founder of Shah Capital, a strong and passionate believer in Ekal and Gramothan. His pioneering support of Gramothan served as the catalyst to propel the Gramothan movement forward at Ekal. He has a very special message for us.
Namaskar. Many thanks and congratulations to all the volunteers of Ekal, especially in India. I'm here to talk about why Ekal Gramothan Center. As some of you already know, there are 15 centers operational already in rural India. And these centers are massively, positively impacting these communities. And not just by increasing farmers' income to portion vatikas and or vermicomposting, but also to computer centers, tailoring centers, handicrafts, and many more programs to be introduced over the next few years. The training, which increases the incomes of these rural women and youth, will also keep them in rural India. By that, it will reduce the urban sprawl. Your help in this endeavor to take the count from 15 centers to maybe 150 centers or more over the next 3 to 5 years will greatly be appreciated by rural India. Thank you.
To uplift and empower the underprivileged sections of rural and tribal villages, Ekal proposes various interventions for 30 village clusters under its project called Integrated Village Development. The interventions are cohesive and address all the major issues affecting the progress of the rural villages. The interventions include Ekal Vidyalayas, augmented with e-Shiksha, Ekal Arogya, and Gramothan, that includes tailoring training centers, computer training centers, Poshan Vatikas, sustainable farming support, and other skill training centers. To pledge support, please scan the QR code on the screen or go to gala2020.eagle.org. The Tarsadia Foundation has served as a strong partner for Ekal for many years. Their pioneering support of Ekal on Wheels really propelled the digital literacy efforts at Ekal. We have today the daughter of B.U. Patelji, who founded the Tarsadia Foundation, Ms. Maya Patel, who has now taken the reins of this philanthropic initiative. Let us now listen to Maya ji and her special message for Ekal.
The remote rural villages in India are home to over 100 million people who lack opportunities to bring economic development. Working in these areas is extremely challenging. We are overly impressed to see how diligently Ekal has worked over the years to accomplish the great task of reaching these villagers and running single teacher schools in these villages. Any organization that needs to bring a transformational effect in India needs to have the ability to scale. And Ekal has achieved that incredible task of scaling to 100,000 villages. We are also impressed to see their ability to understand the needs of the villages and bring new services to impact the villages. In the early days, we provided support for schools. At Tarsadia, we were delighted to work with Ekal to create the first Ekal on Wheels, a mobile computer lab to bring digital literacy to villages. Now there are 33 Ekal on Wheels. All this foundational work has been stepping stones to bring economic empowerment to the villages. We are delighted that they are now working in a focused manner to bring about integrated village development. 30 villages at a time, where they will be providing literacy, digital literacy, health, and skills training to make villages self-sufficient and help the villagers live a good life. We are happy to support such an effort in the state of Assam. We have been delighted to be part of the Ekal journey for many years and look forward to continuing this journey with Ekal and making a big difference to rural India. Please join me in congratulating Ekal on a fantastic job. Thank you.
It is my pleasure now to introduce to you Dr. Suresh C. Gupta from the Washington, D.C. area. Dr. Gupta has been a strong supporter of Ekal for over a decade, and now, much moved by the other initiatives, including Arogya and Gramothan, he has now chosen to support the Integrated Village Development Program. Dr. Gupta shares with us his thoughts on why he chooses to support
Namaskar, my name is Dr. Suresh C. Gupta. I have been involved in Ekal ever since its introduction in USA. The mission of providing education and health services to the uneducated in India was a highly recommended concept. My father and grandfather, who came from a small village, Nangloi, in Haryana, India, wanted to make sure that their children and grandchildren get the best education. And we all became engineers, doctors, and successful businessmen and are now standing on our 2 feet. Education is something which cannot be taken away at any time, and it stays with you all your life. So now I request all of you to donate and contribute as much as possible to accomplish Ekal's mission of providing education and health hygienic services so that they become successful in their own lives and are able to continue the same to the next generation. Thank you very much.
Ekal on Wheels is a mobile computer lab that is taken into the villages to bring awareness about computers and provide basic digital literacy to the villagers. Ekal has partnered with the innovative spoken tutorials project that was developed at IIT Bombay. The first bus was rolled out in Karanjo in 2015 with the support of the Tarsadia Foundation in Los Angeles. Hewlett-Packard and India Today have recognized this pioneering effort with the Digital Trailblazers Award. Let us now take a look at how Ekal on Wheels is implemented on the ground.
To spread knowledge of computer education among children and youth, Ekal has introduced mobile vans called Ekal on Wheels. These vans are equipped with 9 laptops to teach 18 trainees at a time. A trained instructor takes care of the teaching. The laptops are preloaded programs which are designed by the students of IIT Bombay. Trainees who complete 48 hours of computer training program are awarded with a certificate. Every year, one van caters 36 villages and 600 trainees. Presently, Ekal is managing 15 such vans in remote villages across the country. As per requirement in the villages, the van moves from village to village.
पहली बार लैपटॉप चाहिए फ्री में सिखाया एक भी पैसा नहीं लिया जीवन में बहुत परिवर्तन हुआ क्या क्या हम अभी तो बहुत कुछ सीख गए कंप्यूटर दुकान है जरूरत करते हैं फोटो निकालते हैं हम कंप्यूटर भी चलाने सीख गए पहले तो हम जानते भी नहीं थे 10 से 15 हज़ार कमा लेता हूँ
This program has won many accolades from the policymakers and intellects. It has been recognized by HP and KPMG with Trailblazers Award in the year 2016 for this initiative.
मैं भी उस एकल ऑन व्हील कंप्यूटर से जुड़ी और फिर मैंने बहुत ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा समय देकर वहाँ पे कंप्यूटर बहुत अच्छी से सीखी। सबसे अच्छी बात तो ये है कि वहाँ पर किसी प्रकार का कोई फी नहीं लगता था, नहीं तो अगर प्राइवेटली मैं पढ़ती तो मेरा पढ़ना संभव नहीं था। लेकिन मैं जॉब भी करती हूँ, मेरे जॉब में मैं अपना डेटा और टेली एंट्री का काम करती हूँ। इसका पूरा श्रेय मैं एकल कंप्यूटर वैन को देना चाहती हूँ।
To pledge support for Ekal on Wheels, please scan the QR code that is on the screen right now, or go to gala2020.ekal.org to pledge your support.
It's 1 o'clock.
Tailoring training has been an effective skill that not only enables women to have a decent clothes for themselves and their families, thus improving their self-confidence, but also provides good income earning opportunities. Large-scale projects like mask making gives the tailors in the village an income while fulfilling much needed product to rural areas. Let us take a look at the tailoring centers at Ekal.
बीते कल तक सोचा भी नहीं था कि जिंदगी एक नई करवट लेगी, पर आज एकल की वजह से हमें एक रास्ता मिला है और हमारे जीवन में खुशहाली आई है।
Gramothan resource centers have been set up to empower women by enabling them to participate in the mainstream economy. The idea is to create women micro-entrepreneurs in rural and tribal villages and connect them to urban consumers. The whole program has been designed as a hub-and-spoke model so that it can be scaled with a broad base. Ekal has established a model to impart tailoring training to the village women folk. At the Gramothan centers, trained personnel teach the intricacies of tailoring in their local language and environment.
जी मैं जब इंटर लेवल की थी उसी टाइम में जीआरसी करंजो में सिलाई सीखी। मैं यहाँ आई तो कोई सिलाई नहीं सीखने वाली थी, लेकिन मैं स्टूडेंट लोगों को समझाई और अभी मेरे पास 15 स्टूडेंट है। मैं यहाँ ब्लाउज, पेटीकोट, सूट, बेबी फ्रॉक वो सब सिल के मुझे 1500-2000 तक का मिल जाता है और साथ ही करंजो की तरफ से मुझे 600 रुपया हर महीना मिलता है, जिससे मैं अपना पढ़ाई भी कर लेती हूँ और साथ ही घर का भी कुछ हेल्प कर लेती हूँ।
160 rural and tribal women are being trained at each center annually. Trained women have started making cloth bags to replace plastic bags.
एकल अभियान मधून आम्हाला खूप प्रगती आमची झाली। आम्हाला खूप पुढे जाण्याची संधी आम्हाला त्यांनी दिलेली आहे। याच्या पुढे सुद्धा ते करू शकतील आमच्यासाठी, एवढे आम्ही त्यांचे खूप आभारी आहोत।
This training of women at Gramothan resource centers have helped in empowering them, who in turn are making the necessary change in rural India.
To pledge your support for tailoring, please scan the QR code that is on your screen right now or go to gala2020.ekal.org. In order to bridge the digital divide, Ekal is bringing tablet-based education to the Ekal schools. Thus, we are introducing digital literacy at a very young age. Let us now take a look at how this program is being implemented at Ekal villages.
Over the last few years, teaching has also been aided by pre-programmed tabs in some areas. Ekal teachers are first given extensive training to use these tabs. The keenness of village children to learn through these modern techniques ensures the Digital India movement to gather pace.
एकल विद्यालय में जब मैं आई तो मेरे को बहुत अच्छा लगा। फिर टैब से मेरे को पढ़ने के लिए बहुत सारी चीजें मिली, जैसे कहानियाँ, कविता।
किताब में से हमें चित्र देखकर समझ में नहीं आता, इसमें हमें चित्र देखने को भी मिलता है। हमें इसमें सुरक्षा के बारे में भी बताया जाता है, साफ सफाई के बारे में भी बताया जाता है।
जो हम ब्लैक बोर्ड में पढ़ाते थे वो सारी चीजें वो टैब में देखते हैं। देखने से बच्चों को ज्यादा समझ में आता है और वो इन सारी चीजों से ज्यादा सीखते हैं और इनकी जो रुचि है वो ज्यादा बढ़ने लगी है।
To pledge your support for e-Shiksha for 30 villages, please scan the QR code that's on your screen or go to gala2020.ekal.org. It is my proud privilege now to introduce to you all the Nightingale of United States, Srimati Anuradha Palakurti. Anuradha ji, a very renowned singer, has lent her voice to Ekal to create the Apna Ekal song that you have been hearing today in this gala. She, along with her dear husband, Prashant Palakurti, are strong supporters of Ekal and, moved by its different initiatives, are planning to support an integrated village development effort in Telangana. Here is Anuradha and Prashant.
अनजाने मझधार में चमकीली नाव में आशाओं के घुंघरू भी बांध के पाँव में. So here are two items that you're probably thinking about. Firstly, what will Ekal do with your money? India has approximately 600,000 villages. 100,000 of them are reached only by Ekal. 3 million children every year acquire basic skills, mathematics skills, literacy, learn about health and hygiene, and in some cases, they get vocational training. These children grow into adults that care for their villages for their lifetime. Here's a better secret. More than 50% of these children are girls.
Second question you must be going through is, how far does my dollar reach? Ekal is run by over 400,000 volunteers. 400,000 people work for free to make sure that your dollar goes very far since 1983.
So shine education on these seeds and watch the tree grow from its roots. And you always know, अपना एकल होगा ना, अपना एकल होगा ना, अपना एकल होगा ना.
I think despite the fact that it's digital and not physical, there's a lot of energy, a lot of people are coming forward. And along with the Arogya scheme, which itself is a huge, huge success story, and we just spoke about it at length in terms of how amazing the impact has been. And hearing Mr. Piramal speak, hearing Piyush Bhai speak, and of course Piyush Bhai is and Pradeep Bhai a family as far as Ekal are concerned. But with Mr. Piramal and hearing his history of 15 years, that was really, really, really inspiring to see that he's consistently been supporting Ekal and continues to see some great potential collaboration in the telemedicine space under Arogya. But like Arogya, we have two other exceptional schemes, Ranjani ji, which are extremely popular and have a massive impact on the lives of our villagers in Bharat. So one of those schemes is the GRC, or the Gram Uthan Resource Center, which is again a life-changing scheme. And the other one is the Integrated Village Development, which has also been a huge success story. Right. So today, the good news is that someone who is our co-chair, we've heard him speak. He was also part of the conversation in the Q&A, along with Piyush Bhai and Piramal ji. I would just like to say a huge thank you to Kamlesh and Dina Shah for opening out their hearts and donating $580,000 towards the IVD and GRC schemes. Thank you so much for setting the tone. And I'm sure now it's just going to be a snowball effect. It's going to roll in. People are going to come in and support these donations. Small checks, big checks, corporate matching, going back to your employers and saying, hey, this is a charity I support. I'm going to donate this much out of my salary. Can you come in with a corporate match or a corporate donation? I think that's the way we create a massive snowball and go from 100,000 villages, which no one would have ever imagined that Ekal would have reached, to the 640,000 villages in India. So our dream is that very, very soon we have Ekal's presence in 640,000 villages across India, which is the true spirit of Bharat.
Wonderful, Vivekji. And I think it must be your inspiring words. We are getting a lot of donations that are coming in. And I wanted to ask you also, what do you think about all the e-Shiksha, Ekal on Wheels, those kinds of technology-driven initiatives? You're in India. How important do you think that is?
I think it's phenomenal. I think, in the earlier conversations, people were mentioning how you're seeing startups. Like I mentor and invest in so many startups from smaller towns. And I see kids coming up with brilliant ideas. And all of this has happened only because of digital access, right? So I think the e-shiksha is a life-changing opportunity. And now with physical distance, COVID, the one good thing that it has brought us is that physical distance is not relevant anymore. So you could be in a village and yet you could be, working from home and contributing to an economy in India or somewhere outside in the world. So I think that is a game changer. And e-shiksha is an abhiyan that I think will create the fundamental base for that, to build on that. The telemedicine, of course, is a great idea. The ambulances on wheels that go, the health on wheels that go across villages are lifesavers, absolutely. And so are the tailoring initiatives have also been a huge success, because it gives the sense of self-respect and earning rather than a sense of a handout or being on welfare, And I think that's बहुत जरूरी है. वो स्वावलंबन, वो एक self-respect जो आप कमाते हैं when you're working and somebody gives you an opportunity to create a life of your own. And the people of Bharat are traditionally hardworking and genuine and really, really sincere. All they need is an opportunity, and Ekal is giving them that hand, giving them that platform. And I'm very, very proud of all these programs.
You're so right. I was thinking about that, right? It would, like Mohanji always says, in addition to apples, can they grow apps in the villages? I think that would be
that's a great one.
That's a great quote, right? I think that's something to do. And I remember meeting some of these women who have gone to our tailoring centers, and one of them said, "Didi, abhi hame shehar mein jaake naukar nahi banna hai." And that's, to be an entrepreneur and not to be a, servant in the thing. It's a wonderful thing. I'm sure the city people need to learn to use machines maybe to do their own work. So, migrant labor is always a challenge. And so, no, really, I think, thank you, Vivekji. You are inspiring us. So let me now show you. We created a PowerPoint of the people who have donated to us in this gala as we are doing.
Wonderful.
So why don't I share it so that you can take a quick look to see who have donated.
Absolutely.
Just a wonderful moment here as I do that for everybody to see what is going on here. So we have, of course, Deena and Kamlesh Shah ji, who have done a phenomenal, and Dr. Mulpuri Rao, inspirational from DC, who has donated at Gramothan Resource Center, a whole group of people. So another thing I wanted to say is people don't have to be just one person donating. People can come together and donate, because not everybody
and
might
combine their strengths and resources. Yes, absolutely.
Exactly. And look at this, it's a whole group of people who are supporting it from Dayton, Ohio. It seems to be a very powerful place, Vivekji. Next time you should come to Dayton, Ohio. We will do that. And of course, Shekhar Reddy ji, who has been supporting us for over a decade, is now supporting a skill development center here. And then we have the Tarsadia Foundation. Again, a pioneering support. They brought the first Ekal on wheels to us. And here they are supporting an integrated village development in Assam, Northeast, which really needs some special help.
Absolutely.
Here is Ken Behelji, again from California, San Francisco, California, who has again kindly supported an integrated village development project. Sajan Agarwal ji, now what do I say about that? Vivekji, do you want to say something? Arogya Plus.
This is amazing. This is amazing. This is amazing, because this is another $500,000 in terms of IVD and Arogya put together. So I think this is a really great initiative. Thank you so much, Sajan Agarwal ji and Srimati Asha ji.
Yeah, I think Asha ji is inspiring him. बहुत आशा आ रही है एकल में आशा जी और सजन जी जब आ गए. And then Dr. Suresh Gupta ji, who is from DC, he has supported one of this. This is Mukund Padmanabhan, who is from the Guru Kripa Foundation, another integrated village development. Sri Deepak Appeji, 2 integrated. That's like 60 villages.
Amazing.
60,000 people getting impacted. I think that's just
huge impact. What a legacy.
Huge. And our, Nightingale herself, she and her husband are supporting an integrated village development. And she's also going to be bringing a South Indian concert next year for Ekal. So
I look forward to that.
Yeah, I know you should be there because for that. And then Urmilesh and Dr. Yashpal Arya ji, again integrated village development. Pallavi and Murugesh Parikh have supported so many different things, but this year they are going to do Ekal on Wheels and Computer Lab. Adish and Asha Jain, again, they have supported an integrated village development. They are adding an Ekal on wheels to their
Amazing.
project.
Amazing.
And we have Meena and Balachandra Shah. They are supporting, again, e-Shiksha in 60 villages. We have
That's amazing.
Purvi and Nishindra Bakshiji, volunteers for Ekal, working hard in Chicago and supporting e-Shiksha. Then there is Uma and Bharat Agarwal from San Diego, who have already given so much, and now they're bringing a tailoring center and a computer lab for us. San Diego group, again, there's a beautiful group here which is bringing a computer lab, Mukesh Bhatji, Ravi Hanumara, Sunil Batula, and our own Pratibha Goyalji.
Pratibha Didi is there.
So, volunteers, tan man dhan, that's what it is. Rasik Bhai and Srimati Pushpaben Patel supporting a tailoring center. Then we have Dr. Yagnesh Oza Family Foundation, another tailoring center. We have Srimati Vandana and Dr. Arun Shah with the tailoring center. We have Srimati Chandar and Dr. Yashpal Lakra with the tailoring center. We have Srimati Anjana and Sri Dinesh Shah with the tailoring center. We have Dr. Raj Gachula with the tailoring center. We have Dr. Ajay and Sanjay Bhatt, who actually, in honor of their parents, actually, that's why we have the parents' picture here, Darshana and Sri Anil. But Sanjay ji actually spent a whole year in a Ekal village when he was young. And now he's supporting a tailoring center. And Sri Uday Gandhi ji is again supporting it in a tailoring center in honor of his mother. What a sweet thing to do, really.
What a great way to commemorate your parents.
Parents, isn't it? Srimati Arunima and Sri Srinath Iyengar ji, again, a tailoring center. Sri Satish Malik ji, who has really, he was the one last year, if you may remember, Vivek ji, he pioneered the plantation project, tree plantation
for $1 million.
And now he's adding tailoring centers as well. And we have, again, Uma and Bharat Agarwal ji was also giving another tailoring center. And then,
and a computer
there's
lab.
my dear husband who is been very kind to also
looking lovely together.
It's he believes in women empowerment, as you can see. So, and then, of course, all our Arogya, people, again, I'm just going to, show you their pictures to you. Sneh and Dr. Rakesh Gupta, Neelam and Dr. Shachi Ratan, Rika and Manusha, and of course, Ajay Keshav ji with you, Vivek ji. So you are part of this $1 million mystery that is coming together, $1 million power. So Vivek ji, and I'm going to again say people can go to ekal.org and donate. They can go to gala2020.ekal.org and pledge for any of these different projects. It's really easy. There's a QR code, scan it, and you go for that.
Absolutely.
Any other words of wisdom before we go on and meet Kapil Dev, who is, of course, somebody that everybody wants to meet, but
absolute legend. I think Kapil Paji is an absolute legend. We're all huge fans. We love him so much. And as the ambassador of Ekal, I'm so glad. I just want to have this opportunity to say thank you to him for being here and supporting us. People like Sonu, who's a friend of mine, a contemporary. I remember when I did Satya, he sang, he gave the magic with his voice. And today he's giving the magic with, supporting Ekal. So there's so many people who are contributing in their own way. All I want to say is that, don't look at it as a donation. Don't look at it as a contribution. All these people that you saw today that we were applauding are people that are smart investors, because this is the real karmic investment. See how simple Ekal has made it for you. Whenever I've done programs, I've had to physically go to a place, spend time, reach there, figure out whether it's real, not real, genuineness of the project or not, and then go through and write that check. Here it's so simple, whether it's $1 or $1 million, it is all going to the right hands. You can see the impact. It's there to measure. It's accountable. It's reliable. And then you can truly feel great about creating an impact in your karmic investment. So please go ahead and make your donations now.
Thank you, Vivek ji. You brought back Satya. That's where all our hearts started pumping the first time. We all became your fans at that beautiful time. And now we are greater fans after learning about not only your interest in philanthropy, but your brilliance and how you're mentoring and supporting entrepreneurs. It's always inspirational.
Thank
you, Vivek ji, for inspiring people to give so much. And we look forward to talking to you again afterwards.
Yes.
Thank you.
Sure.
Mangalam Shubham. And we now go over to Kapil Dev. Thank you.
I would now like to call upon Viral Patel, our Ekal volunteer from Washington, D.C., USA, to welcome our legendary cricket hero, Kapil Dev. Kapil Dev has been regarded as one of the greatest captains and an all-rounder in the history of world cricket. A very generous and a warm-hearted person, Kapil has made India proud by leading his team to win the World Cup in 1983. So here we go, Viral Patel with Kapil Dev.
Welcome, Kapil Devji, to Ekal Virtual Gala. It is wonderful to have you here. I know we are doing this virtually, and we see thousands of people on our YouTube channel and Facebook still hanging on and waiting to talk to you. So it is
Thank
amazing
you.
for us to be here.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Delhi's beautiful weather here. I don't know how is the New York weather, but yes, it's a morning, a great morning, I would say. Wonderful to talk to you people.
Thank you, sir. Yes, we had a little bit of a snowstorm here and lost some power, and we end up fixing it anyway. That's why we had to delay this a little bit. But thank you for coming. It is such an honor to have you here.
Thank you.
So I know people must be asking you about this all the time, but the moment when you lift the trophy in 1983 in the Lord's Gallery in London, that is the moment that made all of us Indians so much proud. And that is still one of the most unforgettable moment in the history of sports. So I want to ask you, what was going through your mind at that time?
Actually, if you really ask me after 37 years, I don't remember much. I think it happened the course of the day, and you win. You feel very happy. You're proud. You among your own, colleagues, but you don't remember many things. Accident you remember. Yes, we won the World Cup, and rest. Everybody was just enjoying, and one can see the smile on everybody's face. I don't remember what was going through my mind. It was just a dream come true. I could say that.
Yeah, it was definitely a dream come true, and it was an historic moment for all of us Indians. About something about your records. Now, I know you are a phenomenal batsman, great bowler, and then a great all rounder, and a lot of records have been associated with you over the years. Which one of that is your favorite moment or favorite achievement?
I think the biggest thing is when you represent the country, nothing can come close to that. Rest of the thing will come, but as a child, when you start playing, you just have one thing: can I enjoy? Can I fulfill my passion and play for the country? When you play for the country, that is the ultimate. Rest, winning the World Cup and record and playing for so many years is secondary. But I would say that winning is come second, but playing for the country was the biggest thing happen in my life.
That is amazing. That is so amazing to hear. And I know one of the achievement not a lot of people are aware about for you is that in your 16th year of career as a fast bowler, you've never had to miss a match due to an injury. How do you emphasize the importance of a good health?
I think it's basically you have to be lucky. It's not I never got injured. I do have a problem with my knee and other things, but sometime it's the off season. What we used to say when we used to play 6, 7 months and rest 5 months. You are training and trying to work to reach on top. During that period, you got injured. So sometime you get injured during the match. So I was just lucky. I would say that whenever the matches come, I never got injured. And yes, I missed one test matches, and the selector dropped me for indiscipline. I don't know why, because I played a very stupid shot, and they want to teach me a lesson, which is rightly so. When you're representing your country, you have to be focused. But sometimes, as a young boy and a youth, you don't know where to focus, and you just carry on and get carried away sometime. So they did drop me for one test. That's okay.
Yeah, but still, we all regard you as one of the most fittest sportsmen for our country, and it was an amazing to see you not dropped for 16 years.
God
Um,
was kind. God was kind.
Thank you. And now, one of the things I wanted to also ask you about is this new sports drama being made on the 1983 World Cup. It must be amazing feeling to see that historic moment put back on a big screen for young generation to see and to be able to feel how that was. What do
Yeah,
you think about
they
that?
are making a movie, and Kabir Khan is the director. They come to us and they were talking. Let's make a movie on that 83. We wasn't in the beginning was not too sure. Uh, is that right or wrong? But then whole team sat together once and they start talking. They said, "Why not? Let's give them a chance." And I hope it turned out to be good. Movie is ready, but due to this COVID problem, they can't release the movie. But I believe 95% movie is ready. Just bit and pieces left.
Yeah, I'm sure it'll be amazing. It'll be amazing, and it'll give us a lot of youngster the chance to experience that moment. So I'm so glad that movie is coming out to capture that historic moment.
Thank you.
So Egal Vidyalay is running on over 100,000 villages and about 2 million students. How do you see engaging sports or cricket on these villages to get them more active and probably get the next Kapil Dev out of those villages? What is your
I,
opinion?
I think it's very important for the village, give them opportunity to play. And the education is the most important. I still believe that and I feel that. And in villages, if we can change the thought process of teaching in a way when you are learning, you should enjoy yourself, have a fun. And like sports is a fun, education should be fun. And that's the way I look at it. And I hope in small villages they give the opportunity to the young boys. Recently, a young boy Natarajan come from a very small, humble background, and he represent the country because he got opportunity to play. And that's what I think all of you and all of us put together have to give a chance to all the young boys and girls.
Yes, yes, thank you for that. And even today, I am sure hundreds of thousands of kids and youngsters are watching this interview and getting inspired by you. Because, of course, you are the legend. What do you tell to the next generation of sportsmen or cricketer who are watching this event today?
Not a youngster cricketer or sportsman, of all the young people, even they are in music, even they are in acting or singing or doing anything in this world. Make sure you should have a passion whatever you're trying to do that. The passion is the key word for success. You don't have to look up to other people, look up to yourself and say, yes, I can achieve that, I can do this. Sometimes the small city people or village people, they need a confidence, encouragement, and that's what our duty is towards our society. We should encourage these people uh, to go out and express themselves in whichever field they are trying to do.
Absolutely, absolutely. So that is so amazing, and thank you for those words. I'm sure people will take encouragement from that and it go to the next level. That's all. Thank you very much, Kapil Devji, for
Thank you,
talking with
all
us
the
today.
best. No, no,
And
no. All the best for you people, whatever you people are doing. Your charitable organization doing so much work, and I want to wish everybody. I think it's people like us have responsibility to give back to the society, and I see a lot of people are working towards this. And during this COVID, people we come to know how the people come forward, try to help each other. So I
yes,
want to say, your people, well done, keep up the good work, and God is with you people.
thank you very much, Kapilji. It is
Thank you,
amazing to have a conversation with you. Thank you
thank
very
you,
much.
thank you.
We're going to be introducing, talking to Sonu Nigamji, but I hear his internet is having some technical difficulties.
Yes, that is right, Ranjini ji. Unfortunately, due to having some technical issues, we're not going to be able to connect with Sonu ji. So we won't be having Sonu Nigam on the show on the gala tonight. I'm sorry for that.
I know. No, no. I mean, I think this is a good reason to. We love to listen live, but sometimes it might be better to do recorded things because today the weather gods have been very, very challenging to us a little bit. So
right.
I know. So I know you were trying to. He was trying to connect, and he was having a little difficulty. But that's fine. So we'll just tell him that he owes us one big, and hopefully he'll do a show for us next year pretty soon. But we have, of course, our melodious Sanjeevani ji, who is going to be playing for us. So this is really fantastic. So at this time, then Ankita ji, what I think I might do is maybe request Vivek ji, Vivek Oberoi ji, are you there? To come back and join us so we can just put the check and show how much we have actually collected. So Vivek ji, what do you think about that? Do you think we should be ready with a dan of some sort? I don't know what they do.
I think so. I think we need them big drum rolls, Hoshiar, Khabardar, all of that has to happen.
Some dancing beats.
So actually, Vivek ji, I think since we are coming to the conclusion of the program, we would love to hear some inspiring words from you as I bring up the check amount in just a minute for you.
Well, not to belittle the amount that is connected, I think the amounts that are collected during these Ekal Galas are always astounding. I mean, they're always they're always in millions of dollars, and that's what is amazing. Just the capacity, the open-heartedness of our brothers and sisters in America, and I salute all of them. I mean, आप लोग कई सालों से, कभी पीढ़ियों से देश छोड़कर विदेश में रह रहे हैं, बसे हुए. Your contributors, phenomenal contributors to even the economies of the countries that you are calling home now. But the amazing thing is that you've never forgotten your roots. You've always stayed in touch with Bharat Mata here, and you're always the first to take a step forward when she needs you. And for that spirit, I salute every single one of all of you wonderful people who have been consistently, wholeheartedly, open-heartedly, not only donating yourselves, but making it something about a community spirit, getting people engaged, getting people aware and involved about this amazing yagya that we call Ekal. And all of you are contributors in this beautiful karma. All of you are contributors in terms of your ahuti. So every single donation, whether it's $1 million donation or it's a dollar donation, is as valuable and as meaningful. So we respect every one of you for taking that step forward. सोचते तो सब हैं, करते बहुत कम लोग हैं. जो लोग कर रहे हैं, they're true karma yogis, and I'd just like to thank you and appreciate you for the effort that you're making.
Thank you. Thank you for your kind words, Vivek ji. That is very nice of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Ankita ji.
Always such a pleasure to spend time with you. And I really, again, mean it very sincerely that we are missing having you in person here, because you're always so inspiring. I learned so much from you every single time. So actually, Ankita was hoping you'll come to Chicago this time. So,
I know.
But we could not make that happen. So usually we put out this big check physically, but we are going to do it. We are
digitally.
A share. And it is my pleasure to announce the amount that has been collected so far is $6.5 million. And the donations are still rolling in. The night is still young. So we are so happy. Just now I heard, a pledge from Sunil Kolekarji in DC for Computer Center. So there is so much coming up. And ekal.org, Gala 2020.ekal.org, they can pledge more. And Vivek ji, I think certainly anybody who has pledged, and every Ekal person has a special place in your heart, I think. So I think that's the little bonus we get from this special donation.
But I'd like to mention, Rajini ji, that it's not over. This is just started. 6.5 million is a great start. It's not over. You can continue to pledge. It is not going to be locked out. You can, make up your mind today, tomorrow, reach out to Ekal a week from now if you feel inspired. And one little suggestion that I would like to make to everybody who's watching this on YouTube is this is what we teach our children, the art of giving. And if it is only for that, to teach them the art of giving, to teach how large-hearted their parents are and how they should continue thinking about all of us tied together, woven together in this universal fabric that we call this Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam in our philosophy. I think it's important to teach what is that kutumbakam, what is that family. We are all there for each other. Even if we don't know some person in a village whose life we're making a difference to, but we know we made that difference. They know they made that difference. And one who's watching us all also knows that we made that difference. So please reach out, continue this. It's an abhiyan. It continues. It never ends. It never stops. This is the beauty of it. And please reach out. Pass this torch on to your generations to come.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Vivek ji. I'm so sorry Sonu ji is not here. Otherwise, I would have asked him to sing, and maybe you could remember those Satya moments.
I'd be twirling right here.
Wi-Fi. I know. I was going to say Wi-Fi gods. थोड़ा सा आज, next year के लिए कुछ छोड़ रहे हैं. So we are so honored. So honored again. And
Namaste. Good evening. What an incredible evening it's been so far. So much of energy, so much of enthusiasm all around. Hope you're all having a great time with Ekal this evening. Don't worry, it's not the end of the show. We still have the live entertainment to follow by Sanjeevani ji. But before that, I wanted to provide some closing comments and most importantly, offer our sincere thanks to so many who have made this evening possible for us. Let me start with our keynote speakers. Our heartfelt thanks to Sri Piyush Goyal ji, Ajay Premal ji, Kapil Dev ji, and of course Sonu Nigam ji for sharing their very, very valuable time with us. They almost spent an hour with us, but most importantly, they also have been here offering us the guidance that we desperately needed to fulfill our mission as well as help us move forward. The Q&A session with all the keynote speakers was just phenomenal, and they shared so much of valuable information with our audience. Thanks again to each and every one of you for making your evening part of us. Moving on, when we have one of our keynote speakers from last year's Gala turn into MC for this evening, yep, I'm talking about our own Vivek Oberoi ji. I believe we have reached a great milestone, an incredible one. He has been an outstanding vocal ambassador for Ekal since last year. And Vivek ji, thank you so much for all your efforts in giving us the boost that we needed last year. And we are definitely thankful to you for what you have done so far this year and being part of Ekal family. As you know, once you are inside the family, there is no way out. So we look forward to seeing you more next year. And it's indeed a privilege to have our large donors that you saw today. They're almost like our spokesperson. And today we saw so many of these donors share their loving reviews of why they support Ekal with our audience. We are extremely fortunate that way. In addition to their donation, most of them get involved in providing guidance and support as we need. And they thus involve themselves with their than, man, dhan, as we would like to say for Ekal. Thanks also to all the donors who have donated generously today and have helped us reach our Gala target. And I'm sure we are pretty close to where we should be. I would be remiss if I don't recognize our high energy chair, Mohan Vanchuji, and co-chair Kamlesh ji. They have worked so hard with the entire event team in making this possible. Most importantly, the credit is due to every one of the team members who have made such an extraordinary effort in making this event glitch-free. Marketing, technical, PR, you name it. They made this event possible for all of us with meticulous planning. So I just would like to take some names. Anjani ji, Sima ji, of course. Viral ji, our technology head. He had worked night and days to make this entire event flow so nicely. And ably supported by Ankita ji, Madhu Bansal ji, and on the communication PR front, Prakash Wagmare ji, and our event chair, Prakash Shah ji. Now we want you all to sit back, relax, and enjoy the rest of the evening with the live music entertainment by none other than our own Sanjeevani ji and our orchestra. Thank you all and have a great time. See you soon.
एकल विद्यालय के इस गाला 2020 उत्सव में मैं संजीवनी भिलांडे आप सबका स्वागत करती हूँ। एकल के साथ मैं पिछले 10 वर्ष से स्वयं जुड़ी हूँ। बहुत सारे प्रोग्राम्स किए हैं, बहुत सारे फंड रेजर्स किए हैं एकल विद्यालय के लिए। एकल सिर्फ एक संस्था नहीं है, एकल एक जुनून है, एक पैशन है, एक मिशन है, एक वे ऑफ लाइफ है, जिसमें एकल परिवार के सदस्य स्वयं को भूलकर भारत के सर्वांगीण विकास के लिए कमिटेड हो जाते हैं। अपने भारत को अपना जैसे बच्चा मानकर उसके विकास के लिए मेहनत करते हैं, कार्यरत हो जाते हैं। और आज इसी स्पिरिट को हम सेलिब्रेट कर रहे हैं गाला 2020 उत्सव के जरिए। अभी जो गीत मैंने पेश किया ये पंडित नरेंद्र शर्मा जी का लिखा हुआ था। ज्योति कलश छलके हर सवेरे ईश्वर कृपा बरसाता है सूरज के जरिए। और हमारी प्रार्थना है, दुआ है कि इसी तरह ईश्वर अमृत सिंचन करके सारी नेगेटिविटी दूर करके सकारात्मकता बरसाए और सारी बीमारियां दूर हो जाएं, हर तरफ समृद्धि हो, खुशहाली हो और भारत सशक्त हो। और इस काम के लिए आपने मुझे चुना, इसलिए मैं आपकी शुक्रगुजार हूँ कि आपकी नज़रों ने मुझे इस काम के काबिल समझा। लीजिए मदन मोहन साहब का स्वरबद्ध किया हुआ ये गीत पेश करती हूँ। शुक्रिया, आपकी प्रशंसा तालियां हम तक चैट के ज़रिए पहुंच रही हैं। वैसे सभी दयालु डोनर्स से विनती है कि दिल खोल कर हमारे प्रयासों का समर्थन करें, क्योंकि एकल विद्यालय एक अद्भुत मूवमेंट है। 1 लाख से अधिक गांव सशक्त हुए हैं, 3 मिलियन विद्यार्थी साक्षर हुए हैं। ये बहुत बड़ा काम है, ये देश को सशक्त करने का काम है। और आप सबसे गुजारिश है कि आज इस एकल गाला 2020 में हम 2020 इस साल को थोड़ा सा ज़ोरदार विदा करना चाहते हैं, इसलिए आपसे गुजारिश है कि ज़ोरदार डोनेशंस दें और हमारे काम का समर्थन करें। और अगला गीत जो है, इसमें बहुत सारे पंछी है और वोकाशंस बजे हैं, तबला है, सितार है, फ्लूट है। आज मेरे साथ बहुत बड़ा वाद्य वृंद संच है, जिसका संचालन हमारे प्रमुख कीबोर्ड वादक संजय मराठी जी कर रहे हैं। और साथ में सितार पर उमाशंकर शुक्ला जी हैं, जो 75 साल के हैं और पिछले 45 साल से हमारी इंडस्ट्री में बजा रहे हैं। बांसुरी वादक हैं किरण वेनकर जी, और पूरा वायलिन सेक्शन है प्रकाश वर्मा जी, चंदर मकवाना जी, राजू पड़ियार और धर्मेंद्र जावड़ा जी। आप सब इस गीत में बजाएंगे। ये राग श्याम कल्याण पर आधारित बहुत सुंदर गीत है, लक्ष्मीकांत प्यारेलाल जी का स्वरबद्ध किया हुआ। और आए दिन बहार के ये गीत गाकर उम्मीदों की बहार का हम स्वागत करते हैं। लीजिए पेश है सुनो सजना। सुनो सजना पपीहे, सुनो सजना पपीहे, कहाँ सबसे पुकार के संभल जाओ, चमन वालों संभल जाओ, चमन वालों के आए दिन बहार के। सुनो सजना, सुनो सजना। हवाओं ने जो छेड़े हैं, हवाओं ने जो छेड़े हैं, फसाने हैं वो प्यार के लगाओ, चमन वालों के दिन बहार के। सुनो सजना, सुनो सजना। देखो ना ऐसे देखो, हम ये दुश्मन ना बन जाए कहीं कहीं करार है संभल जाओ चमन वालों के आए दिन बाहर के सुनो सजना सुनो सजना। थैंक यू सो मच। इस गीत में बहुत सारे पपीहे, कोयल और अन्य पंछी जंगल से पकड़ के लाए थे हमारे परकशनिस्ट श्री दीपक बोरकर जी। आप भी पिछले 40 वर्ष से इंडस्ट्री में बजा रहे हैं। थोड़े थोड़े पंछी दिखाइए ना, थोड़े से फिर से हमको। थैंक यू सो मच दीपक जी। और अब पंछियों की बात हो रही है तो हमारे जो प्रशांत नासेरी साहब हैं, जो हमारे कार्यक्रम के पुरुष गायक है और जो हमारे कार्यक्रम की शान भी है, मैं इन्हें यहाँ आमंत्रित करती हूँ और किशोर कुमार साहब के गाए हुए कुछ नगमे आपके लिए पेश करने की गुजारिश करती हूँ। प्रशांत नासेरी जी के लिए जोरदार तालियां हो जाए। कम ऑन एवरीवन।
दीवाना होता है, मस्ताना होता है, हर खुशी से हर गम से बेगाना होता है। प्यार दीवाना होता है, मस्ताना होता है, हर खुशी से हर गम से बेगाना होता है। क्षमा कहे परवाने से परे चला जा, मेरी तरह जल जाएगा यहाँ नहीं आ। क्षमा कहे परवाने से परे चला जा, मेरी तरह जल जाएगा यहाँ नहीं आ। वो नहीं सुनता उसको जल जाना होता है, हर खुशी से हर गम से बेगाना होता है। प्यार दीवाना होता है, मस्ताना होता है, हर खुशी से हर गम से बेगाना होता है। सुनो किसी शायर ने ये कहा बहुत खूब, मना करे दुनिया लेकिन मेरे महबूब। सुनो किसी शायर ने ये कहा बहुत खूब, मना करे दुनिया लेकिन मेरे महबूब। वो छलक जाता है जो पैमाना होता है, हर खुशी से हर गम से बेगाना होता है। प्यार दीवाना होता है मस्ताना होता है, हर खुशी से हर गम से बेगाना होता है।
क्या बात है, आपने बहुत सुंदर गाया। प्रशांत जी के बारे में कहना चाहूंगी कि आप किशोरदा के भक्त हैं और आपने एक रिकॉर्ड कायम किया हुआ है जिसमें आपने लगातार 16.5 घंटे गाकर किशोरदा के 165 गाने लगातार गाए थे और ये लिम्का बुक ऑफ वर्ल्ड रिकॉर्ड्स में इनका रिकॉर्ड है। ये एक विक्रम उन्होंने कायम किया है। तो लीजिए और एक गीत किशोरदा का ही गाया हुआ है और इसमें राजेश रोशन जी का संगीत है और अनजान साहब का लिखा हुआ गीत है और इसमें सितार भी है और वायलिन्स भी है और बहुत सुंदर ऑर्केस्ट्रेशन है। वैसे प्यार दीवाना होता है में पियानो के पीसेस थे जो हमारे संजय मराठी जी ने कीबोर्ड्स पर बेहतरीन बजाए, बहुत सुंदर, और साथ इनका दिया था चिराग पंचाल जी ने द्वितीय कीबोर्ड्स पर। तो चलिए छूकर मन को सबके दिलों को छू जाइए, खास करके एकल के डोनर्स के मन को छू जाइए ताकि वो हमारे प्रकल्प को।
किशोरदा के गाए हुए सबसे रोमांटिक गीतों में से ये एक गीत है। टॉप 5 गीतों में कहा जा सकता है, हमेशा इस गीत की फरमाइश होती है। तो चलिए देखते हैं इस गीत का, आपने जैसा कहा कि कितने लोगों के मनों को छूता है और
क्या असर होता है।
हाँ, चलिए।
छूकर मेरे मन को किया तूने क्या इशारा, छूकर मेरे मन को किया तूने क्या इशारा, बदला ये मौसम लगे प्यारा जग सारा, छूकर मेरे मन को किया तूने क्या इशारा, बदला ये मौसम लगे प्यारा जग सारा, छूकर मेरे मन को किया तूने क्या इशारा। तू जो कहे जीवन भर तेरे लिए मैं गाऊं, तेरे लिए मैं गाऊं, ये तेरे बोलों पे लिखता चला जाऊं, लिखता चला जाऊं, मेरे गीतों में तुझे ढूंढे जग सारा, छूकर मेरे मन को किया तूने क्या इशारा, बदला ये मौसम लगे प्यारा जग सारा, छूकर मेरे मन को किया तूने क्या इशारा। आजा तेरा आंचल ये प्यार से मैं भर दूं, प्यार से मैं भर दूं, खुशियाँ जहाँ भर की तुझको नजर कर दूं, तुझको नजर कर दूं, तू ही मेरा जीवन, तू ही जीने का सहारा। छूकर मेरे मन को किया तूने क्या इशारा, बदला ये मौसम लगे प्यारा जग सारा। छूकर मेरे मन को किया तूने क्या इशारा।
बहुत बढ़िया, थैंक यू प्रशांत जी। और इस गीत में हमारी सखियां शोभा जी और सुचिता जी ने बेहतरीन कोरस गाया था और ऑक्टोपैड्स पर बजा रहे थे हमारी रूपेश रानी जी। एकल ऑन व्हील्स कंप्यूटर लैब्स हर गांव में जाती है, जो मोबाइल कंप्यूटर वैन्स हैं, गांव वालों को डिजिटल वर्ल्ड में शामिल करने के लिए डिजिटल ट्रेल ब्लेजर अवार्ड एकल को मिला था। गांव पीछे ना रहे, समय के साथ गांव वाले भी चले, इसलिए ये प्रोजेक्ट एकल ने लिया है। इसे भी आप ज़रूर सपोर्ट करिए। और मैं आपको सितारों में ले चलती हूँ। आओ हुजूर, ओपी नैयर साहब का सुबह किया हुआ गीत है, आशा जी का गाया हुआ।
हमसे रोशन है चांद और तारे, हमको दामन समझिए गैरत का। उठ गए हम मगर ज़माने से, नाम मिट जाएगा मोहब्बत का। दिल है नाजुक कली से फूलों से, ये न टूटे ख्याल रखिएगा। और अगर आपसे ये टूट गया, जान जाए इतना ही समझिएगा। फिर कोई बावरी मोहब्बत की अपनी जुल्फे नहीं संवारेगी। आरती फिर किसी कन्हैया की कोई राधा नहीं उतारेगी। आओ हुजूर, तुमको सितारों में ले चलो, दिल झूम जाए ऐसी चलो दिल झूम जाए ऐसी बहारों में ले चलो हुजूर तुमको सितारों में ले चलो दिल झूम जाए ऐसी बहारों में ले चलो हुजूर शुक्रिया। अब सितारों में आपको ले चल रहे हैं ताकि हर तरफ उजियाला हो और भारत रोशन हो। ये जो गाला है इसमें हम फोकस कर रहे हैं एकल के 6 प्रोजेक्ट्स पर। पहला तो एकल ऑन व्हील्स था, फिर डिजिटल लिटरेसी जिसमें कंप्यूटर लिटरेट कराते हैं हमारे बच्चों को, हमारे स्टूडेंट्स को, जिससे वो गवर्नमेंट जॉब्स को अप्लाई कर सकते हैं, लगभग 15,000 पर मंथ कमा सकते हैं। तो ये सारी बहुत खुशी भरी बातें हैं, तो खुशियों भरी बातें हैं। तो लीजिए इस खुशी के मौके के लिए मेरा अपना गाया हुआ गीत पेश करती हूँ फिल्म करीब से, चोरी चोरी जब नजरें मिली। गीत की मैं ओरिजिनल प्लेबैक सिंगर हूँ। फिल्म करीब के सारे गाने मेरे गाए हुए हैं, जैसे कि चुरा लो ना दिल मेरा सनम कि तेरे बिन न जी सकेंगे, तेरे बिन न मर सकेंगे, कुछ भी न कर सकेंगे। चुरा लो ना दिल मेरा सनम, ना 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 हा 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 ना ना रे ना। और भी गाने हैं, हाँ जुदाई से डरता है दिल, तुम जुदा होकर हमें, और चोरी चोरी नजरें मिली, इसे आपके लिए पेश करते हैं। क्या जाने क्या मिल गया, क्या जाने क्या खो गया, तूने ये क्या कर दिया, मुझको ये क्या हो गया। पलकें झुकी पलकें उठी, क्या कह दिया क्या सुना, चोरी चोरी जब नजरें मिली, चोरी चोरी फिर नींदें उड़ी, चोरी चोरी ये दिल ने कहा, चोरी में भी है मजा। फूलों के ख्वाबों में आकर खुशबू चुरा ले गई, बादल का आंचल भी आकर पागल हवा ले गई। फूलों के ख्वाबों में आकर खुशबू चुरा ले गई, बादल का आंचल भी आकर पागल हवा ले गई। एक फूल ने एक फूल के फिर कान में कुछ कहा, चोरी चोरी जब चोरी चोरी जब नजरें मिली, चोरी चोरी फिर नींदें उड़ी, चोरी चोरी दिल ने कहा, चोरी में भी है मजा। That is outstanding. Thank you. That was Raju Padiyar for you who played the solo violin in this song. Originally सुरेश लालवानी जी का बजाया हुआ है. और अब आपके लिए एक युगल गीत पेश करते हैं. मैं प्रशांत जी को फिर से आमंत्रित करती हूँ कि यहाँ आए और हवा के साथ साथ एक तूफानी गीत हो जाए और आप सबसे कहें कि हमारे साथ चले वो साथी चल. इस चोरी चोरी में सखियों ने भी बेहतरीन कोरस गाया था और हमारे गिटार वादक मीत घाई आपने भी बहुत बेहतरीन बजाया इसमें. तो चलिए हवा के साथ साथ चलते. कहाँ गए हमारे प्रशांत जी? आ जाइए. अरे हे 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 हे
अरे 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 हवा के साथ साथ घटा के संग संग, हवा के साथ साथ घटा के संग संग, वो साथी चल
मुझे के साथ चल तू, यूं ही दिन रात चल तू, संभल मेरे साथ चल तू, ले हाथों में हाथ चल तू, वो साथी चल
मुझे के साथ चल तू, यूं ही दिन रात चल तू, संभल मेरे साथ चल तू, ले हाथों में हाथ चल तू, वो साथी चल. एक तो ये मौसम है बड़ा सुहाना, ला 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 ला
ला ला ला.
एक तो ये मौसम है बड़ा सुहाना, इस पे अपना दिल भी है दीवाना.
पर्वत से आके ना टकरा जाना, तू बन के बादल, वो साथी चल
मुझे लेके साथ चल तू, यूं ही दिन रात चल तू, संभल मेरे साथ चल तू, ले हाथों में हाथ चल तू, वो साथी चल.
हंसती है ये दुनिया तो हंसने दे, ला 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 ला
ला ला ला ला.
हंसती है ये दुनिया तो हंसने दे, अरे नागन बन के इस रुत को डसने दे.
हो मुझको अपनी आंखों में बसने दे, तू बन के काजल, वो साथी चल
मुझे के साथ चल तू, यूं ही दिन रात चल तू, संभल मेरे साथ चल तू, ले हाथों में हाथ चल तू, वो साथी चल.
अपनी रेशमी जुल्फे लहराने दे, ला 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 ला
ला ला ला.
अपनी रेशमी जुल्फे लहराने दे, मुझको अपनी बाहों में आने दे.
थक गई आज बहुत मैं अब जाने देना, मिलेंगे फिर कल,
वो साथी चल
ला 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 ला
ला ला ला ला ला ला. हो हो
ला 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 ला.
ला 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 ला. हे हे
ला 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 ला.
हो हो
ला 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 ला. ला 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 ला. ला 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 ला. 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 ला 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 ला. ला
थैंक यू सो मच साथ देने के लिए। जो 6 प्रोजेक्ट्स जिनकी मैंने बात की उसमें डिजिटल लिटरेसी, एकल ऑन व्हील्स के बाद टेलरिंग ट्रेनिंग का भी एक प्रकल्प है जिसमें महिलाओं का सशक्तिकरण होता है, वुमेन एम्पावरमेंट होता है। टैबलेट्स दिए जाते हैं ई शिक्षा के लिए बच्चों को, और इंटीग्रेटेड विलेज डेवलपमेंट, 30 विलेज क्लस्टर्स का सर्वांगीण विकास, सस्टेनेबल फार्मिंग, स्किल ट्रेनिंग, हेल्थ, हाइजीन, डिजिटल लिटरेसी, इस तरह से संपूर्ण तरीके से होलिस्टिक डेवलपमेंट कराते हैं हर गांव की एकल विद्यालय। ये बहुत महत्वपूर्ण काम है, तो सारे डोनर्स से फिर से मैं अपील करूंगी कि ज़रूर इस काम को सपोर्ट करें। और कुछ आज के दौर के गीत पेश करने जा रहे हैं जिसमें कुछ नेहा कक्कड़ जी के गाए हुए गाने मैं आपके लिए पेश करूँ।
दर्द भरा दिल में इतना के रोने को दिल करता, तेरे बिना बेजान सब तो होने को दिल करता।
तुझे चाहा रब से भी ज्यादा, तुझे चाहा रब से भी ज्यादा, फिर भी ना तुझे पा सके, रहे तेरे दिल में मगर तेरी धड़कन तक ना जा सके, जुड़ के भी टूटी रही तेरी डोर वे, किसको सुनाई जाके टूटे दिल का छोर वे, माही वे मोहब्बता सचिया ने मंगदा नसीबा कुछ हो माही वे मोहब्बता सचिया ने मंगदा नसीबा कुछ हो, किस्मत दे मारे हंसी की करिए, किस्मत दे मारे हंसी की करिए, किस्मत दे मारे हंसी की करिए, किस्मत पे किसका जोर, माही वे माही माही वे माही वे।
दर्द भरा दिल में इतना के रोने को दिल करता, तेरे बिना बेजान सब तो होने को दिल करता।
वक्त का कलम है कि तू बैठा है मेरे रूबरू, है इश्क कितना तुझसे लफ्जों में कैसे मैं कहूँ, एक नजर तू देख ले बस मेरी ओर में, किसको सुनाई जाके टूटे दिल का शोर वे, माही वे मोहब्बता सचिया ने मंगदा नसीबा कुछ हो माही वे मोहब्बता सचिया ने मंगदा नसीबा कुछ और, किस्मत दे मारे हंसी की करिए, किस्मत दे मारे हंसी की करिए, किस्मत दे मारे हंसी की करिए, किस्मत पे किसका जोर, माही वे माही माही वे माही वे। बेसुरूर है, असर तेरा ये जरूर है, तेरी नजर का कसूर है। पास आ तो क्यों दूर है, ये इश्क का जो फितूर है, नशे में दिल तेरे चूर है। अब तो होश ना खबर है, ये कैसा असर है, होश ना खबर है, ये कैसा असर है, तुमसे मिलने के बाद दिलबर, तुमसे मिलने के बाद दिलबर, दिलबर 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 हाँ दिलबर दिलबर दिलबर।
निकालो कोई हल, इसमें का पिटारा खिलता का मन करे सबर क्योंकि मीठा है फल।
तू मेरा ख्वाब है, तू मेरे दिल का ख्याल, देख ले जाने मन, देख ले बस एक बार, चैन हो गया है, कुछ तो हो गया है, चैन हो गया है, कुछ तो हो गया है, तुमसे मिलने के बाद दिलबर, तुमसे मिलने के बाद दिलबर, दिलबर 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 दिलबर। नजर जो तेरी लागी मैं दीवानी हो गई, दीवानी हाँ दीवानी दीवानी हो गई। मशहूर मेरे इश्क की कहानी हो गई, जो जग ने न मानी तो मैंने भी ठानी, कहाँ थी मैं देखो कहाँ चली आई। कहती है ये दीवानी मस्तानी हो गई। मशहूर मेरे इश्क की कहानी हो गई, जो जग ने न मानी तो मैंने भी ठानी, कहाँ थी मैं देखो कहाँ चली आई। कहते हैं ये दीवानी मस्तानी हो गई, दीवानी हाँ दीवानी दीवानी हो गई। मशहूर मेरे इश्क की कहानी हो गई। गई, दीवानी मस्तानी हो गई, दीवानी का दीवानी दीवानी हो गई। सा बिखरा है दूध खराबों में बिखरा है, झूम 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 जाता है दिल, तू मस्तानी है तू दीवानी है, पाकीज़ा हस्ती है तेरी तू नूरानी है, सब नूर नूर सा बिखरा है दूध खराबों
शुक्रिया। मैं प्रशांत नासिरी जी को फिर से यहाँ आमंत्रित करती हूँ कि जिंदगी के इस सफर के लिए एक गीत आपके लिए पेश करें, किशोरदा का गाया हुआ। फटाफट चलो, फटाफट नॉन स्टॉप लेना।
जिंदगी एक सफर है सुहाना, यहाँ कल क्या हो किसने जाना, हो जिंदगी एक सफर है सुहाना, यहाँ कल क्या हो किसने जाना, हो जिंदगी एक सफर है सुहाना, यहाँ कल क्या हो किसने जाना, अरे उड़ले उड़ले हो उड़ले उड़ले हो उड़ले उड़ले हो उड़ले उड़ले हो, अरे उड़ले उड़ले हो उड़ले उड़ले हो। चांद तारों से चला है आगे, आसमानों से बढ़ना है आगे, हर चांद तारों से चला है आगे, आसमानों से बढ़ना है आगे, पीछे रह जाएगा ये जमाना, यहाँ कल क्या हो किसने जाना, हो जिंदगी एक सफर है सुहाना, यहाँ कल क्या हो किसने जाना, अरे उड़ले उड़ले हो उड़ले उड़ले हो उड़ले उड़ले हो उड़ले उड़ले हो, हे टी 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 डे, हा हा टू 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 टू, हा हा। हंसते गाते जहाँ से गुजर, दुनिया की तू परवाह न कर, अरे हंसते गाते जहाँ से गुजर, दुनिया की तू परवाह न कर, मुस्कुराते हुए दिन बिताना, यहाँ कल क्या हो किसने जाना, हो जिंदगी एक सफर है सुहाना, यहाँ कल क्या हो किसने जाना, अरे उड़ले उड़ले हो उड़ले उड़ले हो उड़ले उड़ले हो उड़ले उड़ले हो, हे टी 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 डे, हा हा टू 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 टू, हा हा अरे उड़ले उड़ले हो, हे हे उड़ले उड़ले हो, हा हा।
Thank you. So, awesome. That was Shobha ji, Shobha Samant ji, who has been singing chorus
in films for how many years? लगभग 30 साल से हिंदी फिल्म इंडस्ट्री में कोरस गा रही हैं शोभा सामंत जी, और सत्यम शिवम सुंदरम इस गीत के ओरिजिनल कोरस में इन्होंने गाया हुआ है. थैंक यू सो मच फॉर द लाफ्टर एंड फॉर स्प्रेडिंग सो मच गुड चीयर. 2 गाने सितार के बेस के आपके लिए गा रही हूँ. पहला गीत है फिल्म दस्तक से, मदन मोहन साहब का स्वरबद्ध किया हुआ, मजरू साहब का लिखा हुआ गीत है, और चारुकेशी के स्वर है, और गीत के बोलों को मदन मोहन साहब ने इस तरह से सजाया है कि एक ऑडियो में ही एक विजुअल हमें नज़र आता है कि एक सुहाग रात का सीन है और न्यूली वेड कपल का सीन है, जहाँ पे ढलेगी चुनरिया तन से, और मोहे छोड़ो हाय दिया शीस उठाए रहा मोहे निहार लिखा है मजरू साहब ने, जिसे स्वरबद्ध करते वक्त वेरिएशंस दिए हैं छोड़ो इस वर्ड के. मोहे छोड़ो हाय, मोहे छोड़ो, मोहे छोड़ो, छोड़ो छोड़ो सजना, मोहे छोड़ो हाय. इस तरह से वर्ड्स को रिपीट करके भाव का निर्माण करते हैं मदन मोहन साहब. लीजिए आपके लिए पेश है बैयाना धरो. बैयाना धरो ओ बलमा, बैयाना धरो ओ बलमा, ना करो मुझसे प्यार, बैयाना धरो ओ बलमा. ढलेगी चुनरिया तन से, ढलेगी चुनरिया तन से, तन से तार से, ढलेगी चुनरिया तन से, हंसेंगी रे चूड़ियाँ छन से, हंसेंगी रे चूड़ियाँ छन से, छन से हंसेंगी रे चूड़ियाँ. मचेगी झनकार बैयाना धरो, ना धरो, ना धरो मोहे छोड़ो हाय सजना, मोहे छोड़ो हाय, मोहे छोड़ो, मोहे छोड़ो, छोड़ो छोड़ो सजना, मोहे छोड़ो हाय सजना, दिया सी सुझाए, सजना दिया सी सुझाए, उठाए सजना दिया सी सुझाए, सजना रहा मोहे निहार, बैयाना धरो ओ बलमा, ना करो मुझसे प्यार, बैयाना धरो, ना धरो, ना धरो ओ बलमा. राग दरबारी कानड़ा पर आधारित एक बंदिश है घर जाने दे छांड मोरी बैया, जिसे मैंने गीत फॉर्म में रिकॉर्ड किया है मेरे एल्बम रागा इन अ सॉन्ग में। ये सारे गाने सारे ही OTT प्लेटफॉर्म्स पर आपको सुनने को मिलेंगे, यूट्यूब पर भी सुनने मिलेंगे। तो लीजिए ये गीत मेरा गाया हुआ आपके लिए पेश करती हूँ राग दरबारी कानड़ा।
घर जाने दे छांड मोरी बैया, घर जाने दे छांड मोरी बैया, हाँ हाँ करत तोरे पैया करत, हाँ हाँ करत तोरे पैया करत, मोहन से झगड़ैया, घर जाने दे छांड मोरी बैया, घर जाने दे छांड मोरी बैया। अगर बगर के लोग सुनत हैं, अगर बगर के लोग सुनत हैं, चर्चा करे ब्रिज नारियां, जाओ जी तुम खाओगे गारियां, जाओ जी तुम खाओगे गारियां, मोहन से झगड़ैया, घर जाने छांड मोरी बैया, घर जाने दे छांड घर जाने छांड मोरी बैया, घर जाने दे छांड मोरी बैया, घर जाने दे, हाँ घर जाने दे, हाँ घर जाने दे छांड मोरी बैया। तदीम दीम तनन देरे ना, तदीम दीम तनन देरे ना, तदीम दीम तनन देरे ना, दीम तनन तुम तनन, तदीम दीम तनन देरे ना, नादिर दिदानी धुंदिर दिदानी, नादिर दिदानी धुंदिर दिदानी, तनन तनन तदिर पदानी, तनन दिर 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 तनन, तदीम दीम तनन देरे ना, तदीम दीम तनन देरे ना, दीम तनन तुम तनन, तदीम दीम तनन देरे ना, तदीम दीम तनन देरे ना, तदीम दीम तदीम दीम तदीम दीम तनन देरे ना, दीम तनन।
भारतीय अंग का ये गीत राग संगीत पर आधारित था। और अब वतन को सलाम करते हुए ए वतन वतन गाते हैं। और शास्त्रीय अंग के 2 गाने अभी हमने पेश किए और इसके बाद एक फोक अंग का गीत है राजस्थान की घूमर आपके लिए पेश करते हैं। और एकल गाला 2020 की आखिरी पेशकश अब भारत माता को वंदन करके कर रहे हैं। ए वतन वतन मेरे आबाद रहे तू, गुलजार साहब का लिखा हुआ गीत है। और जो सारे डोनर्स हैं, आप सब से पुनः अपील करती हूँ कि ये जो 6 प्रोजेक्ट्स हैं एकल के, जिसमें एकल ऑन व्हील्स, डिजिटल लिटरेसी, टेलरिंग, टैबलेट्स, एकल शिक्षा, इंटीग्रेटेड विलेज डेवलपमेंट, टेली मेडिसिन, जिससे आरोग्य लोकल महिलाओं को ट्रेन किया जाता है कि टेली मेडिसिन के टूल्स को किस तरह से इस्तेमाल करें, और ग्रामोत्थान के जो 8 सेंटर्स हैं, जो हर सेंटर लगभग 100 गाँव को, 100 विलेजेस को सशक्त करता है, गांव के आर्थिक स्वावलंबन के लिए, इकोनॉमिकली सेल्फ रिलायंट बनाते हैं। इन सारे ही प्रोजेक्ट्स को आप सपोर्ट करें और हमारे भारत को सशक्त करे, हमारे वतन को सशक्त करे। ए वतन वतन, इस गीत से हम कार्यक्रम समाप्त करते हैं। लब पे आती है दुआ बन के तमन्ना मेरी, जिंदगी शम्मा की सूरत हो खुदाया मेरी। लब पे आती है दुआ बन के तमन्ना मेरी। ऐ वतन वतन मेरे आबाद रहे तू, ऐ वतन वतन मेरे आबाद रहे तू, ऐ वतन वतन मेरे आबाद रहे तू। मैं जहाँ रहूँ जहाँ में याद रहे तू, मैं जहाँ रहूँ जहाँ में याद रहे तू। ऐ वतन मेरे वतन, ऐ वतन मेरे वतन। तू ही मेरी मंजिल है, पहचान तुझी से, तू ही मेरी मंजिल है, पहचान तुझी से। पहुँचूं मैं जहाँ भी मेरी बुनियाद रहे तू, पहुँचूं मैं जहाँ भी मेरी बुनियाद रहे तू। ऐ वतन मेरे वतन, ऐ वतन मेरे वतन। तुझ पे कोई गम की आँच आने नहीं दूँ, तुझ पे कोई गम की आँच आने नहीं दूँ। कुर्बान मेरी जान तुझ पे शाद रहे तू, कुर्बान मेरी जान तुझ पे शाद रहे तू। ऐ वतन वतन मेरी आबाद रहे तू, मैं जहाँ रहूँ जहाँ में याद रहे तू। ऐ वतन मेरे वतन, ऐ वतन मेरे वतन। ऐ वतन में आती है दुआ बन के तमन्ना मेरी, जिंदगी शम्मा की सूरत हो खुदाया मेरी। जिंदगी शम्मा की सूरत हो खुदाया मेरे वतन। ऐ वतन मेरे वतन, ऐ वतन मेरे वतन, ऐ वतन मेरे वतन।
Hello everyone, it's me again. Hope you all enjoyed the amazing entertainment by Sanjeevani ji and her orchestra. Thank you, Sanjeevani ji, for a wonderful treat. It was par excellence, needless to say. I am thrilled to let you all know that we have exceeded our event target. Once again, thanks to each and every one of you for making this possible. On behalf of all of us at Ekal, we wish you the very best during the upcoming holiday season. And we have a lot of things planned for next year, and hope to see you all very soon. Good night.